continue. I'm doing a thing. I gotta set the time on the Dreamcast because the
Okay then.
battery ran out. I guess I'm just gonna play more Zombie Revenge because
Okay
this
then.
is
So,
a Halloween channel now.
okay then. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on, but we're live on a YouTube channel, on an Outlaw YouTube channel right now then, presumably.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Okay.
which may or may
Wow,
not
that's
be
that's
suddenly
pretty
abrupted.
exciting. All right then. That's good. That's exciting. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Because for
All right then. Yeah, okay. So, this is
the dear viewers who don't know, my house, I recently moved back to my old house, the house you would always see in those vlogs that I would do. I guess I'm gonna do fighting mode on this game. Um, but
okay.
yeah, I moved back to the old house, and it's been utter hell for me in terms of recording because every time I try to record a video, there's always external noise, and it's really bad, and I don't like it. Because the thing is, I don't have a door in my house, and since my dad sleeps on the couch and he's always up at night, I can't very well record things at night, and I have school in the daytime, so it's really only relegated to the weekends when I can record things in that sense. But he's still awake, and I can't be talking late at night if he's awake because he's like, Logan, what are you doing in there? Don't be doing that. Because I've got such important things to do, like watching television, um, you know. So I can't record anything, and it's terrible. It's I hate it, and I mean, even in the daytime, like everybody's up and about doing things because it's the daytime, and I live in a house with other people, and it's terrible.
Yeah, that's well. This is the problem with real life. People think making YouTube videos is easy. It's not. You've got people in the real world. Recording environments are actually the hardest part of making a thing on the internet. It's always is people. Any sound will get picked up by audio, and it will ruin it. It will sound shit. It will sound bad. It will sound even worse than this inevitably sounds because I'm recording with Outlaw Harvest, and he doesn't know what good audio is and will not tell me if I sound bad, and will probably actively try to make it worse because he just has anti-taste. But that's fine. That's okay. It's all very aesthetic. All capitals with spaces in between all those words, just so you get the right image in your head. That's how it is. But that's
Anti-taste.
good. Outlaws playing a video game. I can't see what the video game is. I'm on Skype because this works better with bad internet, and there's an ocean between us. And yeah, this is what's happening now. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm getting called away from something for. I guess. Wow.
Yeah.
Whenever my next video is late, blame Outlaw Harvest.
Yeah, it's my fault. Like I don't think your real life is as much of a problem as Outlaw Harvest is by this point. Oh, let's do a live stream just randomly. Of course, you don't have to worry about that anymore. But now the live stream market on my channel has been dominated by Let's Plays apparently because that's the new meme.
Yeah, yeah, that's it's an evolution of content in from horrible unwatchable things to differently horrible unwatchable things, but more visually aesthetic horrible things. This is like a VHS tape is involved in this setup apparently. How's that working?
Okay, so how I record my Let's Plays. If you watch the one with Orca, what I did was I just take out a VHS tape, and I put it
Hmm.
in the thing, and that's how I record the gameplay because I use a Dazzle DVC 180 to get the gameplay footage, which when I'm actually playing the game, for some reason it will not come up on my computer screen. It just won't come up. And plus, I have to look at the computer screen. Why would I play a video game that way? So in order to watch it on the television while I'm playing it, and for it to show up at all, I have to I have to record it on a VHS tape separately, and then somehow, by some magical wizardry, get the Dazzle to work, um, and then record the VHS tapes recording onto the DVC, and then that goes onto the computer, which I put the audio onto, which I've had to sync to the VHS tape. So it's not a good setup.
That sounds like the. I think that's the most esoteric setup I've ever heard of for recording footage. I think that's the most anyone's. Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm legitimately impressed. That's solutions. That's yeah, that's real good. Hi.
I
Yeah.
should do a vlog where I
Congratulations.
just show
This is
how
the
all this works.
quality.
Let's see.
Yeah, that is, in fact, truly aesthetic. Which is good. It's exciting.
Yeah. Skype X VHS aesthetic. Oh my god, my TV
Yeah,
is randomly
yeah,
cutting out.
so fucking. Oh,
Not
that's
even
exciting.
It was doing this
Hmm.
during the Orca Let's Play also, which, surprisingly enough, the game video did not cut out itself, but on the TV while I was playing it, it was cutting out, which is really weird, and I don't like it. Oh wow, people are coming home!
Oh. Oh
Wow.
boy, is it over already? Is this the end? Are we
Wait,
done?
no,
Is this the end
that's
of
a
the
motorcycle.
grand Let's Play with Magos?
That's a motorcycle. I
Oh,
thought
okay
people
then.
were coming home. Because these giant cars, they never give me
Alright
any
then.
rest. They just drive by really loudly. Because the thing about my town is that there are so many people here with these like modified engines or whatever. I don't know what they are, but like basically the cars are modified to shoot more steam out of it than it actually needs to. And I don't think that modification actually helps the car at all. It just shoots more steam out of it into the environment because those damn cucks or whatever, like they literally just do it to do it. Um, it's so I would imagine because of that the cars make more sound. That's really the only logical explanation I can come up with.
Mm, okay.
Yeah, but they
That's
definitely make a lot of
some
sound.
real nightmare. Yeah.
At least I don't
Hmm.
have to worry about too many cars coming around because I live in a very rural area, but when they do, it's just terrible. It's too loud. Like the place I was living at my cousin's house when I did all those esoteric live streams, it was like heaven because it was in a very secluded area where there were about 3 or 4 houses nearby it, and all of them were old people. Oh my god, my TV just cut out. Okay, now it's back. Um, like there were only a few people
Oh boy.
uh, by it, and they were all really old and really quiet. So I didn't have to worry about any guff from anybody for being, too loud or whatnot, and I didn't have to worry about anybody else being too loud because there are no cars driving by. It's in a very secluded area where the literally the road when you come there says dead end. So I guess there's no reason to really drive there. There's nothing there. It's just houses. So yeah, I didn't have to worry about cars driving by or being
Yeah,
really
exciting.
loud. So it was great, and I didn't have to worry about recording times either, other than like when there were people in the living room because I lived in the living room. Um, but most of the time, my cousin was at work until about 5 o'clock, and I got home from school at 3:27 or whatever. So I had a window there, and my dad was almost never at home, so I didn't have to worry about him watching TV or whatever. So it was pretty nice, you know, and the internet was much better, so I could live stream too.
Hmm. And then everything got horrible.
Yeah,
That's that's just the running theme.
yeah. I had
Yeah,
to move
yeah.
back to my old house where I recorded the Ramblecast. This home is the origin of the Ramblecast.
Well, this is a very the most retro of fucking experiences on YouTube. This is a very retro experience for me as well, because in the background while you're playing video games, I'm trying to pull out tracks from a VL from a disc using VLC,
Oh wow.
and this is reminiscent of some of my earliest days. Some of my earliest days on YouTube with the fucking with that one video that's a thing from the 4chan Cup, because I had to use VLC to convert the a chunk of a live stream into a file that would be supported on YouTube.
I
So
still haven't watched it.
so this is a real blast from the past.
Yeah,
I
that's
wouldn't
amazing.
necessarily recommend it, but it's yeah, watch the one on my channel and watch the songs on my channel that pertain to it, because those are all hilarious and bad. But
Hmm.
I think it's gonna go on it like the a Babby Cup is next week or the week after, I believe.
Yeah,
So that'll be exciting.
what I want to do is I want to buy a video CD player and like burn a bunch of your videos to VHS and then like copy the VHS copy of like I don't know Christmas Day or whatever and then put that on a video CD and then watch it that way.
Oh boy, that would be amazing. I want you to do that and send me a copy so that I can somewhere upload the VHS version of Christmas Day.
The VHS slash video CD version of Christmas Day that's just degraded.
Yeah, that looks even worse than the regular version.
Oh
That'll be
wow.
exciting.
Yeah, I still need to finish Christmas Day. I don't know what I've been doing with my life besides real life, but I made a significant portion of the way through. I only have 10 minutes left.
Okay, then if you've got that far through, then you've seen at least enough to have seen some legitimately good, like scripted out, cool parts of it, which is nice.
Yeah, my probably one of my favorite
Good day.
parts of the movie where I actually cried when I watched it was that part where you're playing the music and it has all the Christmas hats over the 4chan posts. You know what I'm talking about, right? You made it.
Yeah, yeah. The one
Yeah.
where it's a scroll down of slash TG during their little Christmas event where they've got all the hats on.
Yeah. That part was
That
like
was a good scene.
legitimately really emotional for me. I was that was a 10 out of 10 moment right there.
Yeah. The film, it maybe relies on music a bit too heavily towards the end, but I think it if you're consuming it right, then if you get into the right mindset, then it'll take you on a good emotional journey and all that jazz. It's
Yeah.
cool.
Um
You
and
know.
let's see, what was I gonna say? Um I really love music driven experiences to gain an emotion, whether it be, you know, to make you laugh or to make you cry or whatnot. I that stuff is really in my wheelhouse for the toilet saga or the toilet reviews and all that when I was gonna bring that back. Um there's a lot of stuff that I had planned for emotional moments, specifically based upon music. Not necessarily relying on it too heavily, but uses music as an advantage with the cinematography and whatnot. If I just had those props, so it yeah, I really appreciate that stuff. I think it's a great way of getting an emotion out of the audience. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Fucking all right. Yeah, it was my movie was pretty good. And I will fight Spacey Filmer over his opinions on it, but that's okay.
But we did the
We'll
server
get to that
log.
eventually once I stop being in hell.
You were talking to
Oh yeah,
Spacey.
did that get recorded or put up anyway?
Yeah, it's on
Yeah,
my
I talked to
main
Spacey and
channel.
just and didn't really want to fight at the time.
Yeah, it's
Oh boy, how exciting! Yeah,
you
he
make
was
a lot of content.
he he's okay. He is yeah, that's the only time I've talked to him, and we didn't really get to talk because there were like five other people in there, all like some of them chanting to fight, some of them having their own adjacent conversations, and that was a bit of a thing. But you know, he's
Yeah.
made some good videos.
Razor Reviews only
I,
showed up because
I
I
don't
told
think I
him.
necessarily hate him as a person.
Yeah. I mean, Razor Reviews only showed up specifically because I told him there was going to be a political debate and that you were a right winger. And I was like, oh man,
Okay.
Razor, come here. This is going to be this political debate. You got to pull out your Marxist economics.
Boy,
Yeah.
oh god, what a
I, I,
fucking nightmare.
I don't know why I told him that. I just wanted to cause chaos.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it wasn't a good environment for doing things, so you caused something. You made it difficult to have a conversation, though. You weren't the only factor in that. But
Yeah, I mean, there were so many people in that recording who were just screeching.
yeah,
It's
yeah. It was a bad bit, but
Yeah, I mean, you barely talked in that video because, uh, like, if there were people talking over each other, there was no second where there was just quiet.
hmm, yeah, it wasn't good. But you know, yeah.
It's
Spacey seems okay. I don't hate him as a person. He's just wrong and has bad opinions and will be corrected by violent and aggressive force or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like his opinions on Cowboy Bebop, but he's so nice. He's such a cool guy.
What does he think of Cowboy Bebop? Is he
Oh,
wrong about that?
he doesn't like it. He thinks the I don't know what he thinks. He's gonna do an anti-Cowboy
Oh,
Bebop video at some point. But I know he hates Kill la Kill, which is
okay.
like, oh man,
I've
10 out of 10. Thank you. Someone
okay.
else.
I feel like he's just he. He seems like a person that isn't good at that whole empathy type thing. Because Cowboy Bebop is a thing that's about like the appeal of Cowboy to me is okay. This is an emotional journey. You're going to here's these characters and they're going to have some real feels. You ready to have some real feels with these characters?
Yeah, I mean,
And to some much less cool. Like to Christmas Day sort of went for a similar thing. Only you know, I'm not comparing my shitty YouTube movie to Cowboy Bebop. You know, totally different level. But the sort of the I can see a similarity there, which sort of plays into why I feel Spacey is a fool. That doesn't understand my goddamn artistry. Thinks it's a goddamn random clips of a guy being wacky. That motherfucker. I'm gonna kill him. I'll kill them all. But yeah, that's okay.
yeah. I don't know if he necessarily has a problem with empathy, because he definitely appreciates, or not appreciates, he definitely understands my opinions whenever I talk to him, which you have to have in an inordinate amount of empathy in order to understand my opinions. So, I mean, like, I don't think he's
I mean, okay, so
necessarily an
there's a difference.
autist.
Okay, so there's a difference between understanding opinions and understanding feelings, or being able to have feelings conveyed upon you. You
Mm.
know, it's more that kind of thing that I'm talking about, like ability to like receptiveness to emotional content, right? If you get what I'm saying,
Yeah, I mean, I
like
definitely.
the scene you were talking about.
Hmm? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, what I was gonna
Go
say
ahead. Go
was,
ahead.
I definitely understand what you're getting at there because I'm someone who reacts very emotionally to media. You know, I cry a lot when I watch things, even if it's something that I can't relate to. If it's just about someone who's completely different than me, who has a completely different background, is a completely different worldview, I will feel for them and I'll get it on a purely emotional level, even if I can't explain it. Usually, if I can't explain it, I'll just get it from a sort of cognitive emotional sense.
Yeah, I mean, because like that was like with the scene that you talked about, really liking the one where it's the scroll of bits from TG. Well, it's just it's got the music playing and it's got the like it's got a small amount of text, sort of giving like a basic rundown of like thing. That's basically that scene is entirely emotional conveyance, and that's kind of thing of yeah, that's yeah, that was my point or something,
Yeah.
something about points or something.
Yeah, and I mean obviously I can't relate to
But
that. You know, I'm not a Chan guy, but I can definitely empathize with it as the emotional reaction that I elicited suggests. So it's, you know, Spacey also watches
yeah,
everything in
yeah.
2x speed or more, or he said 4x speed in one call I was in with
Oh
him.
God.
So yeah, it sort of hinders the natural way things are meant to be made. He watches anime in 4x speed sometimes. You know, I'm pretty sure that might be the way
Oh
he
God,
watched
that's I mean
Bebop.
that's awful.
You,
That's wrong. That's wrong. Okay, so Bebop is a show that had a lot of silence and slow parts, and that was really fucking important. If you just speed through that, then you fucking missed the point
exactly.
of like of massive chunks of it, where it's just quiet, slow, and no one's saying anything. It's nothing. A single factory more music plays, and you feel feels. You can't fucking go at 4 times speed for that. You're doing it wrong. You're appreciating art wrong, you autistic scumbag. Ah, fuck. Hate Spacey again? Right then.
Yeah,
We'll get back to that energy.
yeah, this is one of the problems I have with the this millennial oh boy this analytical age of people, this new generation, if you will, that don't understand old art because they have this attention deficit disorder as if that's a real thing. Um, that makes them like, I need 100 million things at once or else I'll just get bored. Everyone is so impatient. They can't appreciate art
Yeah.
anymore because they're too impatient and they want everything now.
Yeah, like I can appreciate like some of that, like playing a video game or listening to a podcast. Yeah, I get it. There's some games where that makes sense, but there's some games you shouldn't do that. It's about picking and choosing. Like Mountain Blade Warband is a thing. Like once you get the mechanics of that game, then a lot of it's just sort of busy work. It's more like it's of okay, busy work until you can look upon all your busy work and say, "Wow, I've done an achievement." Like so for a while, I was I can play that game while listening to the Dick Show, and it was mostly busy work because I knew how all the mechanics work. I could beat all the NPCs easily. I could beat up all the people in their castles and late siege them all easily. But I just wanted to get to okay, I'm just going to conquer this map while listening to the Dick Show, and that worked. You know, it's a case of this is something to do while I listen to the Dick Show, and I can entirely focus on that, but just keep, you know, not get bored. This is sort of this is my desk toy, effectively. But there are some games where no, that's wrong. You're not doing it right. You're missing the point. The point is to immerse yourself. Or there's some art. You gotta fucking pay attention, focus. Let the fucking art run shit and just let it wash over you, let it do its shit, and trust that the artists knew what the fuck they were doing. And when they made it at the speed they made it, they intended to be watched at that speed and not 4 times that fucking speed. Oh god,
Exactly.
terrible.
The intent, even though I'm like a huge postmodernist, post-structuralist, all that, Roland Barthes was the GOAT type. Still though, like it was made a specific way. It was made that way for a reason, in a sense. So you can't just speed through it or you're not getting the point. Um, you're deriving more of an analytical interpretation of the film without having a ground to stand on because you don't get it, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, like Christmas Day was so much just a film about it was about conveying feelings. I'm not going to get into it because it would be too big spoilers for videos that actually want to make explaining this properly. But yeah, these motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yeah, but I definitely know what you're saying
Get
there
hype.
with
Christmas. I look back on Christmas Day coming soon.
yeah. That's what I want in my life, and I need to make my analysis of Christmas Day also. I need to rewatch it and take notes. Um, but
You need to watch all of it, then you need to rewatch it. Then you need to make a video on it.
yeah, I need to have time to do that because real life is just giving me more and more work recently.
Oh boy, don't I know that feeling? Yeah, that's it's. Real life's a real fucking bitch. Oh god, kill it.
Yeah. I really like
But
playing the part
that's
of the
okay.
real life
Don't.
CMC who's like, yeah, real life guys. I'm such a normie, and that's like a meme, but no. No, that's wrong.
It's the worst. It's the worst thing. All I want to do is escape real life, and one way or another, I'm gonna get out of this fucking shit. So, whether whether it's down the rabbit hole or off this mortal coil, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah,
Motherfuckers, you can't keep me chained.
just gotta ready the noose. That's the way to do it.
Mm. Oh boy.
Yeah.
There. There.
I'm used to going on DZ Dog streams where I just make all of these anti-Semitic and suicide references, and it makes him uncomfortable, but he thinks it's funny. Of course, the joke of
Well, that's
doing
good.
that on there is that his channel is so much different than me doing that, so the established audience doesn't expect it, and it's sort of a shock factor to it. They have this weird kid doing this stuff on here,
Hmm.
but it's a troll thing, but it's sort of strange to do that anywhere else. It's a dynamic that works specifically for him. But I really like me and DZ Dog's dynamic.
Yeah.
We have a good thing going with those live streams.
Yeah, from what I've heard, it all sounds pretty on point. There's definitely chemistry there.
Yeah.
There's emotional connection and shit and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a cool guy. I recommend. Oh man, my cat's meowing for something. He just does this, by the way. Like, I'll give him food, I'll give him attention, and he just does that. Like, I don't know what he wants.
Yeah,
And I definitely give
kill
him
pets.
affection.
Never a
It's
mistake.
I just don't understand what he wants. He just sits there and meows for long amounts of time. And it sounds like he's crying too when he does it because
Pets
it's like he's squealing.
pets are a mistake and are tools of those of weak mental constitution.
Yeah. I mean I definitely love pets,
I disagree with them on a moral level.
but they can be problematic sometimes. And it's fun to hype it up and be like,
I
"Oh
hate I
man,
hate them.
misanthropy, screw pets and all that." It's a good meme, but I really like pets quite a bit. It's but they can be,
I
they can be
legitimately
quite bad.
yeah, that's fair. I legitimately don't like animals and have seen no problem with their dying. It's a
Uh, th-
problem for other people,
hmm.
and I think it's fine. Whatever.
Yeah,
It's
I
just an
I
animal.
feel
It's a
I
dumb
feel
animal.
too
I
much of
can
an
look at that
emotion.
animal's brain in a diagram and figure out how much less of a creature that is.
Yeah, but like
That's fine.
I can feel too much of an
No,
emotional connection to animals. Like if something dies, I'm going to feel bad about it. I'm going to sit there and think, wow, this thing is dead. What does that mean? I'm going to just feel bad that something lost a life, even if it's not very smart. It's I don't know. Maybe it's a
yeah,
weird
I
thing.
know. I get it. There was a time in my life when I sort of felt that way. Then I started stabbing spiders with knives and fighting them with my bare hands when a knife wasn't convenient. So your feelings change on this kind of stuff. I mean, probably shouldn't try to change in my direction. My direction's pretty, psychotic. But that's fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes times your feelings change and you end up becoming a psychopath who feels no empathy towards animals. That's like a symptom of, you know, of problems a lot of the time. Like how I doesn't like feel like empathy for small animals and stuff dying.
Yeah,
That's okay.
I would
That's
argue
fine.
that's
Don't
more of a
panic.
normal thing than you think. Maybe not the as dramatic of a shift from it, assuming how just assuming that it was a dramatic shift. I don't know what you up to, but like that's actually not very abnormal of a thing. There's quite a few people who, you know, they'll be like, I feel you, man. I feel bad that this happened to you because you care about it, but like they won't you know, they'll feel a connection to the person being upset about it, but they won't actually themselves be upset about an animal dying. Which is, I mean, you know, that's fine. It's not really as abnormal as like I don't know what they are, Antifa, animal activists, whoever they are, make it out to be. Now, I mean,
Peter, right? They're the guys. They're the
oh
meme
God,
team.
I hate PETA. I hate PETA so much, but this isn't a political show.
They're
Um,
they'll kill your dog to save your dog.
yeah, it's
Those bad people.
terrible. They're not good.
They'll kill your dog to theoretically save dogs, but actually just make money. They're a cult. They're a cult slash money making scheme. But don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, and don't complain when they kill your dog, when they steal your dog and then kill it.
Yeah, it's PETA was a
It's
mistake.
fine. Don't worry.
Subscribe
Well, I mean,
to
Peter is working out well for their own endeavours, but you know.
yeah. It's just leave it up to the free market. Everything's gonna be fine.
Okay. No problems here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, this is a
God
libertarian
damn.
show.
That's
I
fine.
am I
That's
am
fine.
so libertarian right now. There's no one more neoliberal than me.
Fuck politics, but you know, that's okay. They're all shit, but everything's fine. Everything's fine because I think I figured out how to convert this audio track into a fucking into this the it is the commentary, the George Lucas commentary track of Star Wars Episode 3: Revenge of the Sith that I'm fucking ripping from the disc into using VLC into an .og Vorbis file or OGG Vorbis file because Mr. Cynical wanted it.
Oh wow,
So
that's
yeah,
quite good. I need to talk to Mr. Cynical more. He's such a cool guy. I love that guy.
me too. He was as was highlighted by the recent drama that he was involved in, lacks social grace, but he is a very cool person.
Yeah. Alright, we gotta release the trial of Mr. Cynical. 3 hours and 40 minutes.
And it wasn't really a trial because we were all on his side. It's more the attempt at PR for Mr. Cynical, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, I was staunchly on his side even if the rape allegations were true, which, I mean, obviously it's not, but, like, whether it's true or not, I'm still going to be staunchly on his side because he's just cool.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I mean, this plays into old Magos law as established in previous streamcasts of I do not care what you've done if you're a cool person. This goes back to me respecting fucking Nazis if they're cool people. Yeah, it's whatever.
Which-
Mr. Cynical could be a mass murderer and repeat sex offender. I wouldn't mind. He's made a cool YouTube video. He made like 5 cool YouTube videos.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah,
He didn't kill me or anyone I know, so whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing it would do for me is just justify me hating his philosophy, but other than that, it would be like, yeah, who cares? It doesn't really matter. I condemn it, obviously, but it you know, it doesn't matter, you know? I don't know, it's because I was talking to Ray, not to dox him or anything, but he was, you know, he was like, oh man, I would never talk to a rapist because they're evil, but, I mean, yeah, but it's, I don't know. To say that rapists are all evil, this is gonna make me sound bad probably, but it's like I want I want to figure them out more and sort of understand what's going on through their head because I know there's more there. It can't be that black and white. Obviously, what they did was bad, but they're still a human
Yeah,
being.
yeah, exactly. Everyone's a human, and life is complicated. Don't fucking put people into the boxes of, oh, they've done X action, therefore I don't have to respect them as a human being anymore. That's what people want. They want to say, because it's hard to hate people. It's easy to hate things that aren't people. So just come up with these definitions and say, okay, you've done X, you were X, you believe X, therefore you're not a person. Therefore it's okay for me to hate you because hate is fun
Yeah,
and can be used to gain social leverage. For no, I hate this bad group. Oh, look, it's popular to hate this bad group. Therefore, I'm now a more good person because I hate bad people.
I mean I am
It's all
definitely in
shitty politics.
support
It's all politics all the way down.
of massive genocide, but still, you know, you can't just say X collective is all bad. And I actually unironically in support of mass genocide, but it's like you can't just say um, all of this collective is bad. Oh, all capitalists are bad, or anything like that. No, that's
Hmm.
retarded. That's literally retarded. It
They're people. They're people just like you. They just went through a different life that led them to a different place, and maybe started off with some numbers, rejigged a bit.
yeah,
It's all on the
exactly.
same type of character sheets.
Yeah. You know, I think if just to get into like a mildly political thing, I think a lot of these people who are like, you know, proletarian rule, you know, screw the capitalists, I'm gonna punch them if I see them. You know, without all of that vitriol from politics, I think those people would probably go out to a bar with one another and get along all right. It's
Yeah, it's fucking making friends with people is easy. Just learn about them. As long as they're not lame, boring spags, then it's, you can. Everyone's a cool, can be a cool person once you get to know why they do what they do.
yeah, as
But
long as you're not
people
Wiener,
don't
you're
want that because that's
fine.
hard. Hating is easy. Yeah, I mean, not to bully Wiener, but there are people like that who just who lack the social, who are in such a way. Like I've been friends with some, okay, so I call up fucking old real life friends. I've been friends with like people like that in real life who just they really just don't know how to interact, and they're just it's really just like in talking to them is just not fun or good. Like the only way to have an interesting conversation is they shut up and let you talk at them. That's the only way you can derive any enjoyment from an interaction with them.
Yeah,
I was friends with a particular guy like that for a long time, and it was a real nightmare. But
yeah, I know that
and
feeling.
like even people like that, you can fix them. Over the like years I was this guy's friend, I made him much better, but he still wasn't good. Like if I'd have spent another 5 years trying, I probably could have made this person a cool person. But it's just not worth the effort in some cases. But
Yeah. I mean, you can't
people don't want to put in
necessarily
any effort
justify
because
that.
it takes no effort at all to just say, exactly, yeah. Life's too short to make everyone who's a dork a cool person, and but but most people are decent. That the people like that guy aren't the average. They're outliers. Most people, for the average, is decent, pretty good, cool. But it's a bit of work to get along with that. It's no work at all to just say they're part of the out group, therefore I hate them
Yeah, for me, when it comes to sort
because
of
they are
boring
inhuman
people,
because they believe something different.
yeah, when it comes to sort of boring people who are just sort of average, I don't really mind it because this is a social interaction and I'm going to make the best out of this because it gives me energy.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah, it's difficult, you know. Some.
I have lots of
Oh,
circles
go ahead.
of friends who of whom I don't really care too much for, but just because they are people that I can interact with, I get energy from it. You know, I derive a sense of goodness or satisfaction from it, but I certainly place more value on, you know, talking to someone like you or Mr. Cynical or Weeb Trash Productions because you're infinitely more interesting than those other people. You know, if I had to choose over, the choice would be obvious, but because they're people to fill time with, and because I like interaction so much, they're just sort of there. And sometimes there is, you know, legitimately interesting tidbits of like I'm trying to understand what who this person is and these different psychological things about them because my end goal a lot of the time is just to understand these things about people, and that it fascinates me a lot of the time. So I mean I have that, which makes things a little bit more bearable, but at the same time I'd rather spend time with someone who's more interesting.
Yeah, yeah. That the sort of that was sort of a thing for me for a while. Just learning to be able to say, okay, these people aren't worth it. You need to disconnect. There are cooler people. You know, that was like a big thing for me with talking about sort of friends type thing. It's like making cool friends and realizing that there are enough people who are cool enough, and you can raise your standards. You don't have to put up with shit this bad. You know.
Yeah. And I mean, sometimes I
Yeah,
lock
it's
myself in a bit of a box with these things where if it's someone who I know is going through something or I know they're having problems in their life, I will just be there for them anyway, even though it probably makes me feel unpleasant because I don't like that they're suffering.
yeah, yeah. That's another thing. You don't want to get into a situation where you're acting as someone's counselor and you're not getting anything from it, but part of their heartache. That's not a good place to be.
I don't know about that because I feel like I derive a sense
I
of
mean, it
pride.
can be a good place to be. Yeah, I know that's why. Like when there's some places where that can be enjoyable. There can be a strange catharsis to it, but there are times when it's good. But there are times when it is, as I said, only you're getting the bad part of it. You need to be able to make that distinction and be willing to cut losses when it goes into that territory.
Yeah. And I mean, sometimes there is an emotional connection derived from that. I mean, not always, but that you've ended up growing something more of a, oh, this person isn't so boring after all, or you know, we can talk about this thing, or it you know, it's really a nuanced thing. It depends.
Yeah, yeah. Everything is nuanced. There's no situation where you can put it down to some neat little quote that'll always fuck with you. Everything is nuanced and complicated, and nothing is ever simple.
Yeah. Which is why I don't like
But
making
yeah,
broad statements about most things, because I feel like whenever I do that, I make myself look like a gigantic idiot.
yeah, yeah. It's a thing that should be done best for self-referential jokes or character building. But
Yeah.
don't do shit trying to be a cool, good person, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tool if you want to sound smart to people who are dumb, but that isn't hard.
Yeah, that I do that all the time just so people are like, "Wow, outlaw, you're so cool." But in reality I know, okay, I'm arguing a stance I don't actually believe for the sake of arguing it, not because these people will agree with it, just because it will impress them.
Yeah, it's oh god, that's a bad place to be.
I don't know.
Someone who's gone real far in that direction, it's real bad.
I tend to enjoy arguing stances I don't actually agree with, because it's you get into the headspace of the person who is arguing it, which is ultimately I think a good thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair, but I don't know. There are better ways to get into to empathize with people than having a fight about it in other people. It's just
Mm.
becomes a shitty clusterfuck. I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like with people in real life, I'm less likely to actually get into fights with them because I've figured out a way to, because obviously the people I'm around are, you know, pretty young, like I am, I've sort of figured out a way to get them on some level on my side to where things aren't just vitriolic name calling, um, which I mean it's studied methods into doing that you look up and whatnot. I'm sure you already know. So yeah, like it's a thing where if you can get the other person somewhat on your side, it's usually fine where it's not a name calling thing, but it depends on who you're talking to. Where if the person is particularly emotional, or more likely, if I'm not handling myself well, um, and if like I said, maybe the person's a bit older, and the things are more complicated or different, it's a bit harder. The stuff that's gonna work on childs
Yeah.
like I do in my real life is not going to necessarily work on aged people on the internet.
Yeah, that's not a thing. Oh, I hate that sort of. I don't know, like doing it myself. Like it's fine when people do it, but when doing that sort of like thing where you're using tricks like that, when you're metagaming real life conversations, that always just makes me feel depressed because it's just a case of sliding further into weird solipsism.
Yeah, I
When
don't
you
think.
realize you can metagame other human beings, then life becomes a bit horrifying. But
Yeah, I don't think that depresses me. I think that makes me feel a sense of
so
pride when I
yeah,
do
just
that.
uh, there was a time when I felt that way, and now it's just a case of it's just a case of wow, everyone really is a meat machine, and you're just playing for the factors. The
Yeah.
idea of these people being people is an illusion that we all collectively are afflicted with.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean I don't think I ever take it that far because it's not like I'm completely disingenuous or anything like that. But I used to be like I think I used to be like a near pathological liar about a lot of things. Because when I was real young I would just be punished for telling the truth a lot of the time, and it's like I can get more things from lying than if I don't lie, so I'd rather lie. And as I've gotten older, I've
Yeah,
become much more of an honest person. I think most people I know can attest to this. But when sometimes I sort of fall back into that mindset because I don't know if it ever truly goes away because that's how you've grown up. That's part of the way you think.
yeah.
But it can be treated.
I mean, well, it's part of a way of life. Yeah, I mean, well, that case in particular is part of just life. Like lying is a thing you sort of have to do at times, or it's where telling the truth is always there's always going to be situations where being honest is just going to fuck you, you know. And
Yeah.
it's better and easier or more efficient. The best way to get to the ends you want is just to lie.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know.
with me, I don't have too many like
You can go too far in
hot
that today.
takes. I don't have too many like brutal, harsh opinions because I'm pretty compensating for people because that is just the way I am. So it's not like I'm negating the real opinions I have for the sake of politeness. It's more like I think inherently polite on a lot of issues.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's all a pain. Just get there's probably a way to make this all work. I don't fucking know what's going on.
Yeah,
All I know how to do is convert audio tracks from DVDs into fucking audio files in VLC. That's all I'm good for. Just ask me to do that, please. I can
yeah.
deal with VLC. I can't deal with all these people. I can handle VLC. VLC makes sense for me. I can deal with this very large cone. I can't deal with all these very complicated people.
Yeah, I would the extent of my intelligence is probably just interpersonal relationships. With most other things, I think I'm a gigantic idiot. I think most people who talk to me, even though I say like, oh, I'm a genius, oh, I'm a great person or whatever. Yeah, I'm very good at certain things, but with other things, I'm not too good at most things. I'm not completely self-aware or anything like that. There's a lot of self-awareness things that I think about a lot that I think I could do better on, or that ways of improving myself that I think I could do better on, or most things like that. But interpersonal relationships is something that I've gotten down in most part in terms of real life. On the internet, it's a bit more of a problem that I'm learning how to do things. So it's, again, it's not like I'm perfect with that either. So what am I good at? What is Outlaw Harvest good at? Outlaw Harvest, I've concluded, is nowhere near as smart as he presents himself as. He's just a silly teenager who's pseudo intellectual who's probably have a lot more things to learn.
Yeah, yeah, I mean that's a big part of maturity, realizing that you don't know the full picture and that it's all very complicated, and is that yeah, it's humility. Humility is an important thing or something. That I guess that's my angle.
Is that self-awareness or is that humility?
Sorry, you cut out there.
Oh, I said, is that
Set up or got weird.
self-awareness or is that humility? Or do those two intersect?
There's crossover certainly, at least by my interpretations of them. It's a case of being humble enough to realize that you're not sure that self-awareness is inherently self-limiting, because you can only be as you can only judge how self-aware you are from the perspective of how self-aware you are, if you get what I'm saying.
I see.
The words don't quite align with the point I'm trying to make here, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I get it.
Like you can't say that I am very self-aware, because you could be not self-aware, and because you're not self-aware, you think you're self-aware. It would be like the furthest extent to that in one direction.
Yeah, I mean, you could be self-aware of the fact that you are self-aware because the fact that you're thinking about self-awareness is in itself self-aware because you're thinking about, oh, am I doing this thing? And if you go through the process of realizing, okay, I did this thing and I realize this thing, it's true. The fact that you're thinking about those things at all is to a degree self-aware. So I wouldn't throw out that idea all the way.
That's that's a point, but the other thing is there's a factor. I'm not sure the words this is. Most people don't know what is good. They can't judge things. This is a thing I've come to realize. Like that's why like people on YouTube can get away with doing their like schlocky, obvious, basic shit content, because most people just can't they can't make judgments on if things are good or not, and
Yeah.
that's a fact. Like the fact that you can look at a thing and say this is good, this is not good, and be like roughly right about that, or understand why you have that opinion, puts you above like most people, which is a
Oh,
weird, horrifying thing. Let's get back into this whole solipsistic nightmare world. So,
Oh, I mean, see, the thing about that is saying something is good does not make you like more right or a better person because obviously my tastes in podcasts are against the consensus, but I personally enjoy that. But if I were to explain like
but
with
I mean, you could
full
okay, so you could.
eloquence, what go on.
I mean,
Yeah,
well, you can do that. You can explain about that, and people can get it. They may not agree with it, but they can understand that. Most like people, by and large, they can't do that. Like they'll have things of "I liked that," but they'll either be like their opinions are just so basic, so like wrong, and they just can't explain it. Just I like it because I like it. They can't think any deeper. I mean, maybe they can, but they haven't practiced enough because their life has gone in such a way where they never needed to learn any level of introspection. You know.
yeah,
And
I
they just can't. They can't, or they can't put it into words. They can't convey it at all.
I kind of get where you're coming from there with, um, some people they say they like something, but they don't actually like it. They just sort of have an idea of, oh yeah,
Yeah,
I sort of like that thing, but if they reflected on it, even in the slightest, they would realize I didn't actually like that thing. So there is that.
exactly. Yeah,
Um, but actually
I
figuring out why something is good in your, subjective mind or whatever is very hard to do. That is a skill. Like the Plinkett reviews, for example. Everyone said the movie was bad because of Jar Jar, but there was all these really deep reasons as to why the Star Wars prequels were bad. Um, but people didn't get it. because they didn't know how to explain those things, so they needed Mr. Plinkett to explain it for them, or, someone like Mr. Beatong who can very eloquently, intellectually explain these things. Um, but most people, they just can't.
Yeah. It's it's a struggle of a dead outlaw or something, but it's, I don't know.
Am I
Yeah,
cutting out?
shit's fucked. People are dumb. No, you're fine.
Oh.
Am I? Is this technical difficulties? Are we good?
Oh
We
no,
fine?
no, you're
Everything
not cutting
okay?
out. You sound fine. Much better than on Discord where you just sound like a robot. On Skype, the lo-fi-ness, there's two types of lo-fi for Magos on Discord versus Skype. On Discord, you have a much clearer sounding audio, but it cuts out like a robot, and that roboting sound gets annoying quick. I was kind of into it at first, but now it just makes me mad. But when it comes to the Skype sound, you sort of have this almost muffled sound where you can still completely tell what you're saying, but you sound almost like old internet. But you're not cutting out in an electronic way, which the dichotomy of aesthetics there is very good.
Okay, that's nice. That's good to know. Good to, yeah,
Yeah,
that's cool.
I would imagine.
Glad we've got a system that's roughly working.
Yeah, I would imagine where that stems from is um, from Skype focusing less on audio quality, because on Skype the audio quality is noticeably worse than Discord, because Discord is meant to be this like professional, I'm an electronic guy type thing, but Skype is more of a personal use thing, so there's less emphasis on making your audio sound the best it possibly can over the internet, because the technology is there to do that. Skype just doesn't have it. So it sounds a bit more like a relic from old internet, which I quite like with my aesthetic tastes.
Yeah, it's good. It's certainly more bearable than the Discord way it fucks up. Oh boy, why aren't there better chords over that ocean? Why aren't there just better chords all over? I need better chords, better cables.
Yeah, I can't wait until I move to Norway because I'll have better internet. Gotta restart the Dreamcast now because I got stuck on a level. Let's play a different game. Let's cut. I'm gonna cut here, and then I'm gonna play a different video game.
Oh boy, how exciting!
That was some pretty good discussion we got in there. I like that quite a bit.
That was that was like a natural conversation that felt like the good parts of a roughly structured podcast by and large. There are a few elements of the pseudo dead air getting the bits of just trying to fill air with self-loathing type shit and pain, but otherwise most of that was pretty good, or at least
Yeah.
a good few chunks of it were pretty good.
Yeah. And I'm gonna edit it
Yeah.
later, but like I've still got topics that I wrote down that I didn't even touch upon, so that's really nice. Outlaw Harvest is finally
Yeah,
making
this was
good podcasts.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I was talking about with the structured stuff. I don't mean like planned out like just like sort of you just have this basic layout of okay, here are topics that we can move on to. Like when things get slowed down, here's the next thing. You know, like that's what I do. Like for Nobody's on the Noosphere, which is it's a great podcast. I was thinking about it. Actually, Nobody's on the Noosphere is brilliant, and shame that it's dead for now for a bit. Not sure if it's going to come back ever. Because it's got this flow to it. It's natural. It's very natural because none of it's planned out exactly. Just a case of okay, before we do it, we'll have a 10-minute conversation of figuring out like what segments are we going to do and in what order are we going to do them. So we can go on to, so we can talk about a thing, and when that runs out, we just okay on to the next one now, and
Yeah.
it can restart. It can fill up the juices again, and keeps things flowing. You don't end up in a shitty situations where it's just self-loathing and dying and trying to fill up the radio, and it's bad.
Yeah, it should have a level of can you hear me still, right?
Yeah, yeah, slightly distant outlaw. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm getting the Dreamcast game from the little shelf thing. Um, but like, let's see, what was
But
I gonna say? Yeah, it's a thing of having a mild structure of like, okay, these are the things that are a springboard of conversations. These are the things that are going to get us started, and then because we already have a plan, or not a planned dynamic, but an established dynamic, we can just work from there, and then the content is good. Um,
exactly.
but if you just go into it blind, maybe there's some good stuff out of that. And I think with the whole Discord calls thing, there's a certain historical aesthetic it has that I like, that I've explained before. But I'm really getting behind this whole planned vibe. Like I finally get what you mean by planned.
Yeah, like I mean, like the unscripted stuff, like totally unplanned stuff, can go a bit down to luck. You know, it's a case of will you be fortunate, and will like your conversations always lead to new stuff? Because that can happen. You can be in a conversation where it's just constantly leading to new stuff. Like in my the 5 hour fucking conversation I had with Mr. Cynical that one time. Like that was fine. That works. It was constantly we were talking about things, and then the things would lead to new things. You know, that works. But if you don't have things that you can just you can run into things, and if you're on a podcast, you can't stop. Gotta keep going. Gotta keep figuring out. So it's just a case of, oh, now we're just trying to figure out something. Trying to think of topics is the worst conversation. It doesn't work. It's bad. That's why
Yeah.
it's fucking the. That's why shit's fucked.
Yeah, it shows the
But
the
that's why this the
plannedness.
little bit of structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you need the skeleton. That's it is. It's not. It's you ain't building all parts. You're just getting the skeleton, so you can just fit it all in. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm playing
It
Worms
works.
Armageddon now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, let's
Are we
go ahead.
recording again? What's going on?
Yeah, I've been well. MP3 Skype recorder has been recording the conversation the whole time, but I already started the VHS tape because I had to change out VHS tapes. But in order for MP3 Skype recorder to restart the recording, I'm gonna have to stop the recording and then start it back up, or stop the call and then start it back up.
Okay.
Welcome
Oh
back to
boy,
the
welcome back
show. Yeah, the real
to
the real
the
show.
let's play play something with Outlaw. Let's play whatever this is. I don't even know. Worms Armageddon now, right? As you said.
Yeah. This is
Yeah,
I'm the
video
real,
games.
alas poor Yorick. This is it was all a trick the whole time.
Yeah,
I've
I
been
mean,
pretending to have a Welsh accent.
you are now because fucking cause, well, I mean, Alex Horatio's temporarily quit making stuff for a bit because he's focusing on real life, which is
How dare he?
yeah, that's going for him. Uh, yeah, he hasn't made new videos, and Alas Poor Yorick is dead for the time being. So yeah, welcome back to Alas Poor Yorick Outlaw Edition.
Yeah, I just gotta ask him to put these videos on his channel.
Oh man, no, don't do that. Don't give him the free good content. You gotta hoard all those subscribers.
Yeah, I gotta put it on my main
Also, you
channel.
probably have more than this. Alas for Yorick, because no one. Yeah, this is bread and butter content, I'd say.
Yeah, I like Alas Poor
Yeah,
Yorick
yeah,
has like 8 subscribers, I think, or I don't know what it is. It's very small amount. But like my Let's Play channel, I think it has 19. Yeah, 19 subs, somewhat active viewer base, not really at all. Um, uh, Alas Poor Yorick, I think I'm literally the only one who watches them.
yeah. I think it's you and like maybe one other guy. I think his brother might watch some of them sometimes. And there might be another guy. Maybe it's not great, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine.
Which is upsetting because it's good content. Like it's I like them. They're good.
Yeah, they're fun. They're not great quality, but on a mechanical level. But there's some emotion in there.
Yeah.
Varies a bit, but it's okay. I need to make cool stuff on my secondary channel that people are going to care about. I need to get into making vlogs there so I can get some subscribers on that channel too.
Hmm. Yeah, I need to start doing vlogs again.
Because
In
that's
fact,
what 13 subscribers.
yeah. In fact, I'm probably going to record a vlog after we finish up this because I've been getting into doing that again, and I'm really awkward on camera. Like in comparison to how I talk on podcasts or on Let's Plays, I'm incredibly awkward because I hate talking by myself. I need someone to bounce off of. Is when I'm talking by myself, it just feels so weird, and the camera adds this physical element that I don't like that I'm holding and that I'm conscious that I'm holding to the point where it's just not natural anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like for me the problem is always that when I don't have enough time, I'm always too concise about it. When I'm just out of thing, I'm just a case of okay, then I'm going to make this point. Okay, I made the point and it's only been 1 minute. What am I gonna do with this? I need to be able to like figure out how to drag out my point to expand it into like more of a thing. I don't know. Like I've got a vlog plan that's going to be my first actual vlog that gets uploaded, and it's about this, and there's going to be like a bit of a story sort of thing that I weave into it. So hopefully that'll work for fixing the problem, making it something that's more than 2 minutes long,
Nice. Yeah.
and that'll be okay. Maybe I don't know.
I mean I'm not quality when it comes
But
to
yeah,
actually making something that like you said, you weave a story into it and you can speak for long amounts of time, but something I am pretty good at, I think, is just talking for long amounts of time and going into random tangents that are loosely related to the subject.
yeah. I feel like a lot of it's just a case of it's a skill you really need to develop. You just need to. It's a thing that you need to practice at. Like I can see all the elements along that, and I feel like okay, the only way I'm going to fix this is by just doing it a whole lot. And I don't know. That's
Yeah.
that's part of the trouble with doing that is what I'm going to be addressing in that first vlog. It's talking about like, standards and that, and yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, because you have to release it or else you won't feel like you did anything. But if you do release it, it's like, wow, this is terrible content. The way I got around that was just stop having so much pride about it and realize, well, I'm a human being who makes mistakes, and I won't always be this way. It took a level of confidence to realize I'm okay with releasing these things, which I mean, it just depends on how much pride you have into your channels and how you segregate them and whatnot. For a brand like Magos, the
Yeah,
standard is
yeah.
fairly high there, where it's not like Outlaw where I'm known for making shit. Magos is like this genius who puts in all this work into his videos. So it's a different thing to where I think you're going to be expected to be like someone who puts out something great and emotional, like the problem of it, even though that's just a vlog with a static background image. It's an incredibly emotional experience when you listen to it, and I think that was off the cuff. I don't actually know.
Yeah, it was. It was. That was my like first big like test of okay, I'm going to try and make a unscripted thing that's an emotional good journey, and yeah, that was good. I just need to figure out how to repeat that with something that isn't this one thing that's been welling up in me for 6 months.
Yeah. Um, but
But yeah,
that video was so good. I want to watch that video again because I think I watched that right after we did the communism cast, and there was some heavy emotions behind me of like, wow, I just did this podcast that I really love, and I had this cool dynamic with Unusual and Magos. So I felt really good after that, and I felt motivated from listening. I think he motivated me on that podcast. I was listening to it again recently, but I didn't get all the way through. So I felt real good, and then you were like mentioning, oh, Outlaw, who does all these videos and has such a good work ethic, and I was like, I don't know, there's something about that. It just made me really emotional to the point you were making, beyond just the, the inherent emotionally manipulative nature of how the video was done in the first place. Maybe not manipulative, but like you know what I mean.
I mean, it sort of is something like it's got the music going. It's got like the like sort of the pseudo like aligned like visual stuff that sort of like it creates a feeling. Yeah, it's all very slow speak. Yeah, it's got that.
Yeah.
Manipulative is a valid word.
Yeah, it just felt so good. When I sort of started tearing up when I watched that video. I can't even describe it. I haven't watched it in so long, like I said, but there's certain things in that just have stuck in my mind since I watched it. So it was a very powerful experience.
Hmm. Yeah, I need to try and bring some more of that stuff into my like more mainline content that people are going to watch. Because people always love that. Just it's hard to sort of how do you bring that into a review of the Mortarian miniature, right? Because it's trying to balance, trying to bring all those things together, right? I got that in to some degree with the Necromancer's back, which is part of the reason why that was so successful, and I got that into one of the machine god and the omnicide are not the same thing. That was a very niche topic, so not many people watched it anyway. But yeah, it's just a bit of a struggle. But yeah,
I really liked the Machine God video. The voiceover was a little bit iffy in that video, but other than that, it was quite good.
yeah, that's another thing. I'm also the worst person in the world at reading scripts, which is a struggle because yeah.
Yeah.
The main if there was some way to just skip that step, like going from like write the script to go into now editing a video for this thing, that would be the best thing. That would solve all of my problems. But I've got to deal with having a shit mouth that can't make the sound good words.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Because my accent is very strange. It's like an amalgam of 1 million different types of accents you can have. Because I'm from the South, but I don't know if I sound like a Southerner. I don't know what I sound like. I just sound like a weird guy.
Yeah, I know. It's sort of the same with me because I'm originally from like London, England. Then I've lived most of my life in Wales, and I've learned like a lot of my vernacular from YouTubers in America, and it's all a bit of a it's all sort of a pig, slightly British thing is how I describe it generally, and it's not great, but
Yeah. I mean, like I grew up
also I've
listening.
got a there's a
Oh,
that's
what?
okay.
What?
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
Oh, what I was gonna say was
You go.
yeah,
There's
I grew
no
up listening to people from all kinds of different accents because my parents they like foreign movies quite a bit, so I would listen to like the movie Troll Hunter. You got Norwegian in there. I would listen to lots of like Russian cinema. There's a lot of Russian culture that I was exposed to at a young age. And then there's like people from New York and Chicago on the television that I'd listen to quite a bit. I like stand-up comedy, and I'd listen to Larry the Cable Guy at one point. He's quite Southern, and then I would listen to someone like George Carlin, not Southern even in the slightest. And both my mom has sort of a Southern inflection, but my dad, he's from California, and he sounds very Californian. So yeah, and I mean I listen to Spanish-speaking people, because Spanish television, Spanish music. I liked salsa for quite a bit. So it's just so many different cultures all over the place. What do I sound like? How do I pin this down?
Yeah, it's a difficult thing. Voices. Oh god, cut them out. Cut them all out. Replace them with artificial Stephen Hawking robot machine voice.
Yeah.
Solve this problem.
It's not good. Oh man, my worm just blew himself up, and I think he's. Does this guy die? No, he's at 15% health. Um, but yeah, it's not very good. I don't like accents. No, I love accents because it gives you an identity. I don't like my accent because I can't pin down the identity. It's not like where I say my heritage, like, oh, I'm
I
Canadian and I'm German and I'm what else am I? And I'm Cherokee. I and Polish. I can say all these different things about my ethnicity, but I can't say anything about my accent. And as someone who is fairly self-centered and likes talking about who they are, that annoys me.
Yeah, for me, it's entirely just a case of I want to be able to say the things clearly, and my mouth's a mess and can't do it, and I don't know how to speak good.
Hmm. Did I say Polish? I meant Canadian. I don't know how I got Canada mixed up with Poland. That's.
You said Canada as well as Polish, so
Oh wow.
you listed both. You listed
Uh,
quite a few. That's fine.
Wow. I don't know why I said Polish at all. I don't think I have Polish heritage. But I just mentioned that. I guess I had Poland on the brain because I was reading about Poland today. Um, but that's like a totally different thing. I read a lot of books. I read a lot of essays and a lot of books. That's what I do.
Mm. Every time remember reading, I realize, wow, this is like one of the best things. Full stop. I wish I had more time. Oh God, let me die, or give me more time so I can consume all the media.
Mm. Yeah, I really hate
Okay, it's
fiction though. Fiction just annoys me. It's meandering and boring. I only like reading nonfiction, like argumentative essays of like everyone is wrong but me, and I'm gonna explain it in this scientific, well-explained way, or like sort of things that go into the history of a culture and in a very non-fiction way. Those are the type of things that I enjoy when I come to reading. I talked to Alex about this on the Adequate Powers cast, but yeah, I just can't connect to
mm.
fiction at all. I don't know why. I'm not self-aware enough to explain it, but it's just not something for me.
Yeah, there's a different feel to it. I don't know. I feel like for me it's very much because I'm to some degree a setting guy. I don't know. I enjoy it. I enjoy the mirror. Just okay. Here's fiction. Create it in your head. That's fun for me. Just
Mm,
'cause I don't know. This is a thing I realized. Like because there was a thing I realized when Jesse was talking about like how he like reads and knows comic books. Like he like really get like the way he talk about he, like getting into it just to an extent. Like when he's reading, he's having like all the characters' voices in his head. He's got all the things like that. Like maybe wait. I guess people don't do that. But if he's saying this by comparison, because yeah, for me it's a case of okay, this is a guideline to create a fucking world in your head, and that's cool as fuck, you know.
mm,
Like my mind's eye is the only thing that can create fucking media and art in the detail level I want it to exist in. So and books are the only like fiction books are the only things that can convey that because they just give the skeleton for you and your head creates the rest, and that's just a cool thing for me, you know.
yeah. I mean, I enjoy that when I'm
And
coming
I
up with
guess
my
that
own
that's sort of.
ideas, but when I do that with other people's ideas in the terms of books, it's like this is a lot of words. This is boring. But the thing about that is I vividly imagine, wow, this is what this culture is like. This is a cultural thing, or like I'll be sort of playing music and thinking in my head, like if I'm reading Lenin, I'll just imagine the Soviet anthem for some reason. So I do it, but I don't do it with fiction.
That's fair. I mean, that works, you know. I don't know. I feel like whenever I'm reading like non-fiction stuff, I just imagine the person who's writing it saying it at me. Like I was reading, what's his name? The philosopher guy who has the weird voice thing. Zid Zidis? No. Zizek, that's the guy, Zizek. He's a guy you like, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Slovak. I don't know
Something
how to say
Zizek.
his first name, but Zizek. Yeah, he
Yeah,
came
that's
up
the
with
one.
pure ideology.
Yeah,
He's a Freudo-Marxist. That guy's cool.
yeah. He's pretty good. I don't agree with any of his politics, but he's pretty cool. I was reading one of his books, and what I'm doing here, what's happening is I'm imagining Zizek sitting on a chair, staring at me, saying this, and just like in his voice, with like all the tics he has, like with his breathing, where he like, sort of do the thing to breathe because he's broken in some way. That's what's being happening here. Oh no,
Yeah.
but
I think
I formed like in my head, just doing his voice in my head. Like that was the voice in my skull. These words were getting connected to him saying this. It was entertaining, but not entirely convenient for reading it. But you know,
yeah. I mean let's see, what was I gonna say? Yeah, his comedy is really funny. Because of his voice, and in a lot of ways his voice adds a bit of character to the stuff he's saying. Also, just the fact that he's so old, it's quite nice.
yeah, I remember there's the one quote they always like to have unfortunately, like talking about like him, like he's like eating cake while tanks are rolling through like a square, like in front of him, talking about how perfect that is. That was the thing that made me really like him. We sort of there's a level of looking at the world through this weird absurdist lens, sort of reminds me almost of a Diogenes-esque thing, and as I think maybe recorded somewhere on a thing I've done with Mr. Cynical. Diogenes is my boy.
Mm,
So anyone that echoes any elements of his outlook on the world, I will respect to some extent.
yeah. Actually, funny thing about Zizek, I've actually used the term pure ideology before I knew who Zizek was, which makes me sound like a total idiot, but I'm
Yeah.
willing to admit that. Because I didn't fully understand the concept, but I've used that term before, and it's like, oh god, why did you do this?
Oh
Um,
boy, this
but
is
yeah.
like the hero we need to be a weird philosopher man.
Yeah, I wish
Slightly uncomfortable sort of philosopher man.
I wish I could be like that guy as an old man. That's he's legitimately, the more I learn about him, he is one of my heroes.
He's a pretty rad dude.
Yeah. Um,
Mm.
let's see. I forgot what I was gonna say. I had a
Oh
point.
boy.
I had like a whole tirade I was gonna make, but I just forgot all of it.
Oh god. Oh god, it's gone. It's gone. It's like stolen it from us. It's a whole fucking mess. It's gonna. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Lord. Yeah. A trial of
No.
the muddy ditch.
Uh, yeah, podcasts. Child of the Muddy Ditch. Best tweet on Twitter.
Yeah, best tweet on Twitter since 2017. Oh my god, I'm looking at my
Mm.
notes right now. One of the points I made, it just says dot 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 podcasts.
Oh god, no, that's the opposite. That's what I want to avoid. That's the point of notes is to avoid a podcast. Was that the point of the note to talk about wanting to avoid the issue of because that's too meta. That's the issue where you get too meta and you're discussing the problems that you're having. Doesn't solve anything.
Let's see. I just wrote down VR, and I also wrote down TG. I don't know what I meant by this. I probably had a point, but I didn't write it down.
I mean, I'm assuming that's the 4chan boards, so
Yeah,
yeah, those are 4chan boards. VR's a nice place.
it is.
2G is a place that is about things that interest me. It's not a good place or a nice place, and most of the threads are bad. And the only real threads I frequent are the Warhammer Generals, which are really bad, but you know,
Hmm.
that's okay.
Yeah. Um, the reason I like VR so much is because I can't really connect to the I can sort of connect to the 4chan mindset the more I look on it, it's somewhat, but it's really not a thing that I would put effort into getting into, or that I care about too much. I love the aesthetic. Like, I love the way the website is lined up and brought about. It looks really cool. It has this 2003 look, like it's just never changed. It's this relic. And that's quite nice. I do enjoy that. But um, the sort of the culture and the memes I just can't really get into. But I do like the anonymity. And when it comes to VR, it just feels like all of these
Mm.
anonymous people who have come together to talk about this really comfy thing. Because the thing about retro video game fans, because I've been in this fandom ever since I got on the internet. You know, I got onto the internet to talk about these things. Um, because literally my first interaction with the internet was looking up the cost of a PlayStation 1. I wanted to play PS1 games again, so I looked it up. And that was my first experience really having the my own internet. Of course, I've had other internet experiences before. I had, watched my brother on Newgrounds. I had, had interactions with other people using it. But that was like the first time, like, this is mine. No one else has dictatorship over this. I have my Windows ME computer in my room. I'm doing this. But with everyone else, I just didn't. It just didn't feel like my thing. But when I was looking up these old video games that I was very embarrassed about, like, I was incredibly embarrassed about me liking these things. I felt weird. I felt strange, um, because no one else was really into it. But when I went on the internet, I would find like these vlogs of people playing these games and talking about their collections. Like, there was this one punk rocker guy who was, he had this weird orange hair, and it was like done a weird way. And I was like, wow, this guy is so weird, and he just owns it. And he's talking about taking out all of his Nintendo 64 games and just showing it to a camera. And I'm like, wow, I want to be this guy. I wish I had this confidence. Yeah, that was my experience with the internet at first. Was this weird, my weird obsession with old video games. And when I started going on VR, because me and Weeb Trash talked about 4chan a lot on the Ramblecast, and I wanted to understand it more, I just randomly started going on VR more, and I started feeling this amazing sensation of I remember this. I used to do this all the time. These people are like me, and I felt nostalgic and I felt great because I've spent, the last year on the digibro side of the internet. People that I can't entirely relate to. People who say like, "Wow, modern anime is so good, guys," and things like that. I can't relate to the Digibro fandom to the extent that I can relate to like old people talking about old video games and talking about these weird aesthetic things of like, yeah, CRT televisions. Am I right, guys? This is cool. So I felt so at home on
Mm.
VR, in a way that I haven't felt in a while. It just made me feel so nostalgic, to the point that I go on there every day now, and it just brings a smile to my face. It just makes me happy.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't know. I feel like I go on TG every day. I feel like it's mostly habitual, and because it's kind of sort of like my job, because I've got to keep up with Warhammer, means I have to go every day to 4chan, to TG, to look at the Warhammer thread, to talk about Warhammer
Mm.
with these fucking autistic bugs, or to see what they're saying.
Yeah,
Because they might say something that will mean, okay, that's a video idea I can do, or that's a thing I can talk about. And yeah, it's not great, but
yeah, yeah. Your job that you don't get paid for.
it is what it is. Yeah, my job that I will theoretically one day get paid for, but at this point do not. That's what it is.
Oh
It's
no, I
not
just
great,
shot
but you know.
myself. But yeah, like,
Boy,
most
I
things I
know.
do, I barely ever do anything for a video. Like, one of the most depressed points I was in my life was when I would just watch shows to try and find something to say about them. Not like, oh wow, I played Metal Gear Solid and people are wrong about it, and so I'm gonna tell them why they're wrong and I feel great about this. It was more like, okay, I'm gonna consume this thing because maybe I'll get an idea and that maybe will facilitate money because help let me out, I need money. That's the worst way to look at art. That's not enjoying it. But now I feel like I'm in a way more comfortable place now, where I can relate more towards my younger self, where I was just indulgently enjoying these things. And VR, my recent experience with VR is really the antithesis of this because I go there every day. It always makes just me happy. I don't talk about it to anybody. I don't make a vlog about it. Well, technically I am right now, but that's beside the point. Um, it's something that's just for me, involving media. I'll play games and I'll post about it on there, you know. It feels right. It feels like something that I've needed in my life and it's made me infinitely more happy. So in a way, VR has made me realize what's important in life again.
Yeah, and I feel like as time goes on, I don't know. There's elements of board where like TBH from slash MLP is actually the best board because it's just got this such its culture is so alien from any other 4chan board. It's like it was essentially predicated on fan fiction. It's a case of most of the threads are here's a prompt and like well a lot of them they're first discussing the show, but because it's just a board about one show, most of them are prompts hoping that someone's going to write fan fiction about this. Someone will write a story for you, and that's kind of the coolest thing as sort of kind of writer man. It's kind of the best and the only good thing. So it's just a case of okay, this is a weird culture predicated on prompting writers to make art, and that's cool as fuck.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, I think MLP has a very interesting meta atmosphere. One that I don't have entirely too much experience with, but just based upon the way you're talking about it, it seems like something that has a very interesting following that is very small and dedicated, but nonetheless says something about the people that go
but I
there.
mean,
Yeah, it seems
yeah, it's
fascinating.
very specific. Like the 4chan version of MLP of the My Little Pony fandom is it's such an insular thing. You know, it's not part of 4chan. The rest of 4chan hates it, and it hates all other MLP communities and MLP fans. And it's good. And I have too much experience with it, but that would be getting into spoilers. So you know, that's
Mm.
fine.
Yeah,
Deep lore.
I've been on the 8chan version of MLP, which is something, but I've only been on 8chan about 2 times, and every time I went on there, I wanted to kill myself.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think I went on left
Yeah,
wall
it's
like once.
8chan is 8chan is thoroughly overrated, TBH, but you know,
I
it's
don't
something.
know I don't know why
I can
Weeb
see the
goes on
appeal
there
of
all
it.
the
It's
time.
just
Yeah,
yeah, it's not great, but you know, that's
mm,
okay.
yeah. I
That's fine. It's something. It's not good.
yeah. Um, it's
It's 4chan with a worse layout and yes.
Yeah, the layout is terrible on that website. Like I said, I've only been there like a few times, because I feel like I'm on the FBI's watch list every time I go on there. But the layout is really weird, and plus the atmosphere is bad too. Like it has this weird color scheme of these purples and stuff, and I don't like the way it looks at all. 4chan has a great aesthetic. It feels VHS and good, but oh man, there's scissors in this game. It's Foggy.
Oh boy, fucking Kamiya.
Let's see here. I'm gonna. Is this what is this? A missile?
Yeah.
A homing missile. Let's do that. Oh no! I just killed myself.
Oh dear. What a terrible shame. speaking of terrible shames, my fucking audio conversion didn't work, so I'm trying more stuff, and it's a fucking terrible nightmare because VLC are shit, and I've got to wait like 5 minutes before I can check if a thing is even the correct thing.
Yeah. I need
Oh
to
god.
convert more video because I want to
Oh.
watch anime. Like, I want to watch Dokusei again because I was reading the Dokusei manga and it was really adorable. And I liked it quite a bit because I just blew through the whole thing the other day in a fan translated version because I don't read manga on the computer, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna read this thing because it's cute, and I did. But like, I want to watch the film again, but I can't do that unless I convert the files to the PS3 because I'm gonna have to watch it on the computer, and I hate watching things on the computer. It sort of has this pseudo PTSD thing for me of like, oh my god, am I making a video right now? I gotta kill myself. Um, it's not a good feeling.
Yeah. It, I don't know. Everything's bad, and it sounds like this audio conversion hasn't worked, and that's it's making me mad, and it's making me mad.
Mm. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, they did it.
we did it, Reddit. That's the greatest
Why
meme
is
from the
everything? Why is everything
podcast
so
era
bad?
of Outlaw, or he's making just terrible podcasts. I would just say we did it, Reddit, all the time because unusual says it.
Yeah, I mean it's an established meme that the for that was made by Reddit and then became used to mock it. So no, it's
Yeah.
okay.
I don't even know the full context of it. I just like
But
saying it.
I do.
I'm a normie.
Uh, it, it's Reddit being self-congratulatory, and then 4chan using it to mock, and the rest of the internet after that, because 4chan starts everything, using it to mock Reddit for being such a self-congratulatory, masturbatory dickheads.
Yeah. Or Reddit's not very good. I don't like Reddit, even though I've said, wow, the people of Reddit are my people. That's just an eccentric meme. That's not actually true.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, they're bad. They're all
yeah.
bad.
The people on our anime
But,
are so
yeah.
autistic. They don't understand mecha at all. It makes me so angry. Go on the mecha board on 4chan. That's also the only good board besides VR. Mecha is great. I love the people on there. I can really relate to like the that anime snob type of anime fan where they're like, talking about how old shows are the best shows. I love those people. And there's not enough of them anymore because Digibro has changed everything. He's made the anime community worse because he's made everyone think about, oh, I gotta be empathetic and think about everyone else's feelings. Oh my god, I just want to go back to where it was on the old forums, the old anime forums, and everyone would talk about how the new stuff is terrible and about how all these kids suck. We need to go back to that. I want more rage in the community against young people and about how they're wrong. That's such a great established aesthetic that needs to come back. This pseudo intellectual thing lately, it's just gotten old and boring for me.
Yeah. I can agree with that. It's just, I feel like there needs to be more factors in for me to just mock all of that. That's sort of, to some extent, what I want to do with Warhammer stuff. Like, just mock all the like people who self-aggrandize about their own opinions. Like with the Warhammer stuff, like I do mix of, there's a level of like saying like I'm best in anyone that's right, but also there's a lack of taking myself serious. Like with the AdMech review one, like that was just like mocking the whole concept of reviewing or opinions and my own opinions. And yeah, it's it's I feel like the communities need a level of just so like elements there to just take everyone down a level and make them realize what this all is, you know.
Yeah, and
Like
I've
Jesse
said
did that
this
for some degree with the MLP analysis stuff. I can just mock them all.
I've said this in a vlog before. Like, don't you haven't you people ever thought about you're talking about a cartoon? You know, you're talking about a cartoon on the internet. You're not, you know, the next Frederick Nazich over here just because you play music really loud over your commentary, or because you know, oh, I'm such a brave warrior
Is
for
it
transitioning.
okay? Is that a meme with you? That's something I've been meaning to ask actually for a while. You just getting names dramatically wrong.
What? What names?
Is you, you said Frederick Nozich.
Oh. Yeah, I'm bad at pronouncing
Like
things. That's
like
not a meme. I'm
the
just
one
autistic about this.
okay. Okay, okay, yeah, it's Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche, and but what I remembered was Peter Molyneux. You call him Peter Mueller, or no, not Peter, Stefan Molyneux. Sorry, this the other guy. They're both called Molyneux. One made video games, the other one makes politics. The same fucking thing. They're both stuck up, self-important dickbags. But
Oh, thank you.
yeah, you were
Because
calling
that's
him
one of
Peter
my
Mueller.
critiques of him.
No, not Peter. Fuck.
Stefan.
Okay, but either way, is that a yeah, Stefan I like was that like I wasn't sure when I had it. Like, was that is that a thing to mock him by getting his name wrong on purpose, or are you just weird?
Sometimes I do that to mock people, like getting their name wrong as a meme, but at the same time, I'm also terrible at pronouncing things because of my weird esoteric way of speaking.
Yeah, like that one just highlighted like that's like totally like you've made a different word up there, you know, the turning Molyneux into Mueller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think one time I called him Mulinex. I'm not kidding. In a conversation with my dad, I think I've called him Mulinex before.
Cause like there's like he says his name at the beginning of all his videos, like I'm Stefan Molyneux with was it Free Domain Radio? That is shitty, samey, monotonous drivel. I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't watched one of his videos in a long time.
Is
Or by a long time, I mean
he's a very
like a
cult leader
few.
kind of guy.
Yeah, I have not. I don't have
Yeah.
enough experience to remember, and or I probably already knew how to pronounce it, and I'm just terrible at pronouncing things. I'm autistic.
That's fair. We're all on the spectrum here. So,
Mhm. Yeah, I was talking with Erito about this the other day. I think
I feel
most
like
people's impression of me would be that I'm autistic until they realize how empathetic I am about most things.
mm, yeah. It's yeah, well, you know, autism is just a meme term. If people are, it's essentially it's equivalent to dumb in a social sense to some extent. You know, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter about the specifics of it. It's just are you in some way socially a bit dumb?
yeah.
But I
I
know.
think
I feel it's yeah, it is what it is. It's fine.
yeah, I think I'm pretty socially dumb about certain things, like the pronouncing thing or how to start a conversation with someone. This is something that I'm terrible at a lot of the time, unless there's like a buffer. I know Endless Chess talked about this when you're signing something, when you meet a famous person and you're like, oh, I got this thing to sign, and then you can start talking to them based upon that. You know, but if you just come up to somebody to meet them, that's weird and awkward.
Yeah.
And I love meeting people, but I have this problem a lot, especially to get into doxing myself. You know, I have I had crushes, and I'm like, okay, how do I talk to this person? How this? I find this person attractive, and I know that there could be a thing there, but how do I walk up to him? How do I say a thing to him? This is the same with just meeting anybody, unless there's like a thing that happens to make that happen. It's like how do I talk to these people? I just don't know. Um, Meeting people is hard a lot of the
Yeah.
time because you need something
Uh,
to start out with, or it's just awkward.
Yeah, I still think I don't know how to do it at all. I don't know how to initiate conversation. I just if I can join a conversation pretty well. So I just just okay, join something, make myself enough of a cult of personality, or just build myself up enough because I can do that fine. Where people will just come to me now. Okay, now people will seek me out. Good. I don't have to approach anyone ever because I haven't approached someone for a conversation in years.
Hmm.
Probably.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that that's a problem.
It's
That's a
it's a thing
problem
that
for
very
me
rarely
in real
happens.
life because I am not a persona in real life. Okay, I am a bit of a persona in real life. Someone, someone that I know specifically to me just makes communist jokes to me, and it's great. And like I do have random people come up to me and just like ask me stuff about being gay, and it's like, okay, this is interesting. You know, not people trying to mock me, just legitimately asking questions like, oh, what is this gay thing? Like, what are you into? How does this work? And it's like, okay, this is this is something I can work with. This is something I can talk to someone about. And I've made lots of friends like that. Um, but it's like, okay, if it's like this person, this is a cute guy. How do I do it? What do I do? I'm an autistic spurg. I don't know how to talk to people. Kill me.
Yeah. How do you do that human thing? Don't quite know, but yeah, that's okay. It's okay.
Oh, that's a notable quotable right there. That's perfect. Um, Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of my conversation skills just comes from like having so many ideas about things. You know, if you were to ask me, oh, what are your thoughts on Mao Zedong? Well, okay, there's a 3 hour conversation right there. You know, there's lots of things I can spring off into about that. There's lots of things I can say about that. You know, or just generally something I know what I'm talking about with. Like, oh, what do you think of Sega Saturn? Or whatever. Okay, let's talk about this. And then it can spurt off into, wow, this existential thing about life, and you can connect over that. All right. But it's like, just talking to somebody, how do I do it? I don't get it.
Mm. Yeah, small talk is actually significantly harder than deep, in-depth, emotionally driven conversations.
It really is.
So yeah, it's
Like if someone tries to start small talk with me, I'm not gonna freak out because I will find something to say about it. I will make it a deep conversation. All right, the weather, I can figure out something to say about this. I can make a joke. I can try and be charismatic or a character or something. I got this. I can figure it out. I'll figure it out in an improv way, but I'll figure it out. But like with most other things, it's just terrible.
mm, yeah, it's not great, I don't know. Like it's a thing I can do. It feels like it's work at that point. You know, you're not having a conversation. You're trying to figure out how to fucking. It's metagaming social interaction to try and okay. I've got to now take control of this and steer this into the direction I want it to. And this is work. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this work rather than doing actual work of making a YouTube video or something? And
Yeah, see, when you talk about
a
metagaming
terrible
in that
nightmare.
sense, I 100% agree. Like this, there's just nothing to say here. It's really bad. It's not. It's I think it's anti-interaction. I don't know. I'm someone who is fairly extroverted and energized by people. I can talk about almost anything, but just initiating the conversation. Like I do go up to people if I have something. You know, if I have something that I know, okay, this can work here. But if I just don't have anything, I can't do it. You know. And finding those things can be a little bit tricky, especially if you particularly want to talk to the person. You know, it's not very good. Let's see, let's
Yeah,
go on the
it's
suicide bombing. There we go.
boy. Yeah, that's the solution. Suicide bombing. That'll solve all our social issues.
Yeah, that's perfect. We did it. We did it, Reddit. We solved it.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Reddit. You were right all along.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's how it goes.
if you were getting exploded in a fireball full of nails and shards of glass, you wouldn't be worried about trying to drive a conversation into a direction that isn't painful or awkward. It's a
Exactly.
solution.
Exactly. Oh no, I just
And
shocked the
really,
little
it's the
gravity in the
and
world.
I'd say it's the only solution.
Yeah, suicide is painless.
Oh, um,
Yeah,
it brings on many changes, and I can take or leave it if I please.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that's an interesting thing about suicide is that, like, I feel like after I die, well, there's black there, because actually this is a bit of a doxing thing, but my dad has actually died before, and he was brought back to life through those electroshock things. Um, because when he was when he was very young, he basically tried to drown himself and he was dead. And they brought him back to life. But yeah, so he died before and he's like, yeah, it was just black. It's just black, which I don't know. But
I feel
it's
I don't like the definition of death that says that's how it works. It's not really the same thing. It's a level of balance of like if it's not really like it's okay. No, your heart has stopped. Doesn't necessarily mean you're dead. That's no, because a defibrillator just means okay, we're going to send a artificial electronic impulse that will act like nerves and restart the heart and get the I used to know this. There's a separate sort of nervous section designed entirely for the heart. That's entirely on, and basically that can shut down, and defibrillators essentially jumpstart that, and that means it starts ticking by on itself. It isn't the same as brain death. It's a different thing, and it's a shitty definition. And I feel like people say, "Oh, I died because my heart stopped." It's not really. I mean, by some medical definitions, but if it's not permanent, then it's not death, as far as I'm
yeah,
concerned. But I
yeah.
don't know. Maybe this
I,
is maybe this is more philosophy I'm talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the subject because every time I've read about it in the past, I was like, okay, I can't do this. Um, but uh, yeah, like the reason I was being so, I mean, I think I made it clear that where I was like sort of being like, maybe there's this other thing when I was saying it because I sounded unsure in my tone. Um, that and I mean, there's other people who have died and been brought back and talked about, what they've experienced too and whatnot. But it's like we really don't know until we've died. But when we die, how are we gonna come back and tell you about it? Is like you were saying, there's that
Yeah.
whole
Well, okay. So here's the
esoteric
thing. Yeah.
aspect.
Like
Hmm?
yeah, it's a case of what happened when you in quotes died. It's a case of okay, what were the things that entered your head as your brain was slowly shutting down? That isn't necessarily the same thing as being dead. Like, yeah, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of oh yeah, I was dead, and we don't have the power to bring people back from the dead. We have the power to restart a heart. It's a very different thing. We don't
Yeah.
put the defibrillators on the fucking skull. If the brain is dead, then the human is dead. You weren't dead. Your secondary most vital organ was dead.
Hmm.
Number one was
Yeah.
still kicking. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ever kicked again because that's how it works.
Yeah, which I mean,
But I
my
don't know.
my dad, he's tried to use this argument before, more doxing stuff of like, well, I was dead before and I heard all these things, so this is proof that I'm God. Like he's literally called himself God before, which that's doxing. No one's gonna watch this, so I think it's okay. But like, yeah, he's literally called himself God before, and he's used him dying as like a justification or whatever because he's like, oh, I was more connected to the source because of this, um, and it's I don't know, um, but I mean, there's other
No, what
people.
happened was your brain wasn't getting enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I was.
so what went through there was your heart stopped pumping blood, and therefore your brain wasn't getting enough oxygen, and therefore it started hallucinating because that's how the brain works. When it starts running out of oxygen, it starts getting a bit weird.
Yeah, and he was saying,
But
well, the doctors told me that I was hallucinating, but they just don't get it. They don't understand. And I'm like, no, no, this is not how science works. But he's so arrogant about it that like I just can't get through to him when and I mean, of course I wasn't on the level that you are with knowing these things, but I try to explain it to him, and he was like, well, no, the doctors just lied to me because obviously I know what's right. So he's very hard to work with in that sense. A lot of the time, more doxing.
well, I mean, this is the solipsism thing, you know. It's a case of yeah, all right, yeah, that's fine. This is how people work. They rely on their own perceptions. Well, no, that's fine. It's best to just let people do that. You know, it's just a live and let live in that regard. Faith in whatever sort of system you have is it's important for pretty much everyone. Uh,
Hmm.
all the time, just whether that's faith in in biblical religion, faith in an idea that you are God and solipsism is true, and this is all esoteric dream, or faith in the concept that our human understandings of science and logic are anything close to valid, and that those are any more worth following than any of the other bullshit we've made up. It's all faith. Everyone is a religious nut job. It's just a case of picking your poison and feeling superior over it.
Hmm. Yeah. Feeling
Oh well, this will go
superior
on to
is
hyper
good.
deep Magos lore. But,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
well
gotta
that's
get the
that's how people
spoilers
live.
in.
You feel superior. Yeah, gotta get the classic deep level Magos spoilers hidden in weird esoteric outlaw content that nobody watches.
Yeah. Only me.
Yeah. I feel like that might be a thing. You may actually be like number two of other people who know like background shit about my lore. Alex Horatio knows more than you, and like maybe not. I don't. Maybe we Crash could almost contest. I don't know. I feel like I've been more careful with him just because I haven't talked to him as much. There hasn't been enough opportunities to mess up. I don't know.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, lore.
But whatever happened to that murmur cast that you two recorded? What was that about? Where is that?
Uh, it's on my computer. It didn't turn out all that well, and the audio is kind of not great. So I'm still not sure if I should even bother uploading it at all.
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
made a little asset for it, and I was thinking about I don't know. I think I might end up just sending it to Weebflash and saying he can do what he wants with it.
Yeah. Put it in his
But
narrative, or like
yeah,
I don't know, put it on his second
yeah,
channel where
because like
he's
the
you know. Hmm?
Yeah, because like in the recording, it was all done on one audio track, and like he was way too quiet, and he was a bit too quiet. I was a bit too loud, so I sort of like I did some stuff to it to make it sound a bit better as much as I could without it turning one of us into a machine voice, and it's sort of okay, but the content of it isn't great. It comes into that it it highlights the problem of what I don't like about the unstructured stuff because there's bits of it that are cool and emotive and good and all that. They're bits of it. It's just a case of mutually us wanting to die and not knowing where to go, and acknowledging that this podcast isn't exactly going that great. And yeah, it wasn't great. I don't know.
Yeah, the weird thing about that with Weeb is that I don't really know how. I sort of know how to have a dynamic with him after all this time, but like the worst episodes of the Ramblecast are the ones where we did have a topic or where we did try like to make it to rear it in some way. I don't know. I feel like he's just very awkward about recording things, even in his vlogs. Like I'll tell him, "Well, you messed up on this very basic thing that if you just guided it a little bit this way or this logical thing, or okay, maybe that's a little bit of an arrogance thing for me, but there's certain things where it's like, man, why didn't you notice this? You know, it's this or I don't know. The way he's tried to explain his thought process with me is a little bit strange because I feel like he really doesn't look at things. Like he said multiple times, yeah, I'm not analytical. I always feel like I'm in a dream and I just don't pay attention to things. So there's some sort of thing there that makes him, and I think he's like actually autistic, which is a totally other different thing. And I think Ray the Offbeat Otaku and Arato have mentioned that also. Like, yeah, I think we might be autistic. Um, but yeah, those
I think
factors
it's like
make.
it's important fact he is very young, so inexperience is a factor.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously there too. But like, I'm inexperienced too, so but I'm still able to like talk about stuff and not mess up on basic stuff. Hmm.
Mm, I don't know.
Yeah,
It
maybe
is I see.
I don't know. Like I mean, I'm not that smart of a
We've
guy.
Yeah, there's it's we school. There's it's sort of there's it's a case of lots of small issues that needs to be patched up. It's a case of there's a level of like you can feel the rough edges to a lot of his work, I guess, or to a lot of I don't know, to a lot of his work and how he carries himself in general. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's
I
good
mean
though.
he is a really
He's
cool
a top
guy.
lad.
I'm not saying he's not a really cool guy. I'm just saying that like there are these problems that I always notice that like I don't try to like excessively mention it to him, but I do notice it a lot, and it's not that it bothers me, but it's something that I notice, and like when I notice something in my surroundings, it's I don't know, it distracts me.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, I know. We've all got our tisms and we've all got our various tolerances for there.
Hmm. Yeah. Um, but I don't know. I talk to him a lot, so
Yeah.
there's these certain things that I sort of pick up on that I don't know if everyone picks up on or not. I don't know.
Yeah, I need to speak to him more because he all my interactions with him have been pretty good, and yeah, I just need to. I need to learn how to initiate conversations so I can talk to cool people more.
Mm.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I literally just today I tried to talk to Daymaster, the YouTuber who's the Weeb's apparently friends with now. I just messaged him like, "Hey, I didn't properly introduce myself," and I was like, "Oh God, this is so cringeworthy. This is bad. Introducing yourself just randomly to people is bad."
Yeah, it's a struggle. It's a struggle of an outlaw. Oh boy, there's
Sequel.
yeah. Sequel when, follow up when. It's the biggest tragedy of the podcast arc, and whatever. And other stuff was that the follow up to Struggle of an Outlaw never materialized, or has been put on the back burner, or whatever. Maybe dead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the follow-up had a lot of stuff to do with the toilet thing, and then there was another thing that had to do with that thing, and then there was it's weird. I like, there's all these separate narratives that are going on. Like, there's supposed to be stuff with the podcast thing that becomes a narrative, and it's like, but what? I'm just drowning in this stuff. All the timelines are all weird and different, and I don't get it. I don't even understand what I'm writing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the trick to that is kill continuity within your own narrative and make that a plot point.
Huh.
But you know, that's kind of cheating to some degree.
Yeah, that's Who Lord?
But
I
you know, yeah.
Let's see. I guess I'll use the
Who Lord?
jetpack.
Trial of the Killer of
Oh
Continuity.
no! I just put dynamite where I on the scissors where my worm was standing. Now I died.
Wow. I enjoy the various intersections of you being bad at worms. That's good. It's exciting.
Yeah, it's mostly me not being good at the controls, but also I have very loud, outrageous reactions just when I'm playing video games literally by myself. When I'm by myself, like I'll be very loud about it because I'm just so passionate about video games that like I really get into it. Like when a sports fan is yelling like, "Oh man, my team, man, nigga, my team." And it's, I do stuff like that, which I also do that watching hockey, so I mean, you know.
I wish I wish I could be like that. I'm just pretty much always in abject silence when consuming media. It's it's not a cool, but
Hmm. Yeah, when I watched The Prince of Tennis, like I like verbally like started jumping up on the couch, or not jumping up on the couch, but like I moved on the couch in sort of excitement at some of the matches because it just had that much emotional resonance for me. So I don't know. I guess I'm an active like emotional person. I would describe myself as someone who is fairly emotional.
And I feel like I might just be like I might just have burnt out and it has been jaded. My senses have been numbed to it all. Like the only thing that gets me now, I need to consume more horror or something. That's the only thing that gets me now. Like jump scares sort of get me, but I notice they get me a lot less than they used to. I used to be really bad with horror. Unless I couldn't take it, I hated reacting violently and very scared of it all. And there's much less of a problem now, so I guess I need to just keep on chasing that high until I have no reactions left to any of it all, and I can just be a stoic, soulless, hollow automaton. That's
Yeah,
the end
one of
game.
the reasons why I love
Be
old
dead.
people so much is because they've, like a lot of the old people I've met, they've retained their kindness and they've retained these big emotional reactions to a lot of things. I mean, not all of them, but like there a lot of the old people I've interacted with have gotten excited the way kids do about things, and they still react to people and treat them with a lot of kindness. Like there was a neighbor that I had that like I was asking, oh yeah, I'm locked out of my house because my dad isn't here, and I my what's it called, my cousin is at work. Can I have some water? I was just asking for some water because I was thirsty. And he was, well, the old couple there, they were so kind to me. They were like, yeah, I'll give you some food and I'll do all these different things. And when I was talking to him, and I had a pretty easy time talking to him because he was, he wanted to ask me questions about like, oh, what do you want to do, all this different stuff, and which led on to other things. But like when the way I saw him like turn the news off because he was seeing things on there of people getting hurt because this was during the time of not attacks, not tsunamis, the natural disasters that were going on with the hurricanes and whatnot. The him seeing people get hurt on there gave him such an empathetic reaction that he didn't want to watch it, because he felt upset. And when I saw someone that old do that, it recontextualized so many things for me. Because there are people in their 20s now who are so jaded, most likely because they're unhappy with things, I think, um, that they're like, wow, I just can't feel empathy for others anymore. I just can't do these things anymore. But when I saw someone who was in their 80s caring for other people that much, it sort of recontextualized things into thinking, okay, maybe these people aren't right about everything. Maybe when I'm older, I can still be a good, well-functioning person. I don't know.
Mm. Well, maybe. And another factor is going to like it's a different environments they grew up in. Like people of that sort of generation, case of they didn't grow up in sort of the information nightmare that we exist in nowadays, where it's a case of you're constantly getting bombarded with tragedy, bad things, terrible things. Watch our news, watch the advertisement. You are free to do as we tell you. Fucking media type shit. It was a case of it was a such a mind-bogglingly different world for that sort of that in that time period. It's a case of it was all much more insular. If you're going to find out about tragedy, it's because the tragedy is relatively local or immediate to you. You're not going to find out about the ills going on on the other side, on the other side of America, or the ills going on in China, or the ills going on in Europe. It's a yeah, it was a much larger, more separated world. So you didn't sort of get that, and the world wasn't all geared to putting that in your face. And the
Yeah,
culture was to some degree different as well with it, so it wasn't. So yeah, that's a factor. And there's also
yeah,
tends to be a
that's
factor of people who, once you get to that age, you let your guard down to some degree, you know.
mm, yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I think society was much better years ago. Which is like, oh boy, born in the wrong generation over here. But yeah, I'm one of those people who like, I'm like, wow, the good old days. You know, let's go back toward or specifically for me. Oh yeah, let's go back to the Soviet Union, the good old days. Let's go back. That's what I that's that would imply a lot of things. But like, you know, that's what I do. I don't like the way culture is now, and I sort of try to come to grips with that because, like I said, I read a lot about history. I read a lot about the way people grew up in the past, and I'm like, wow, this stuff sounds so much better than what we have now in a lot of ways. But there are certain things that we have now that I don't know if I could give up, or maybe I could. I don't know. Um, it's
Yeah,
really a
I
thing
know.
of
Yeah, that's
I feel like people were better back then, you know,
well,
as people.
there's a level of education. There's always different problems, you know, because you're not going to write down the dull, bad minutiae. That's the thing you got to remember. In history, no one writes down the boring shit because it's boring, so no one writes it down. We only get the interesting stuff, and by and large, we get the cool stuff and the good stuff because that's the stuff you want to talk about. You want to talk about the good things. You want to talk about how things are a bit dully bad. People talk about big, exciting bad. They don't talk about the dull, everyday. This is what life is like bad, because that's what life is like. Why do they need to write it down? Everyone knows that. Only they don't realize that what bad will change. No one realizes that. No one understands. They think their problems are the same problems that have always been. When the problems of today are, you know, technological nightmare. The problems of 50 years ago were uh, medicine and
Mm,
dying because you got a cut and tetanus.
yeah. I mean, I think the thing about one of the to respond to one of the points you made, like oftentimes I'll read like a lot about oh what was life like in this place specifically because I have to in terms of arguments where it's like okay let's read about these exports of like people talking about who lived in I don't know Chazakistan the part of the part that used to be part of Russia where I was like okay time to read about what was life like here in great detail from people who used to live there okay this is you know, I mean, that's a little bit different because there's talking about everyday things. Because in that context, you sort of have to talk about everyday things, you know? Because it's a sake of argument of like, oh wow, all these Americans are saying all these things about the way my life was and it wasn't true. So there's a bit of context there that makes things more interesting and important to talk about the normal stuff. So there's that. But with most things, yeah, they don't usually talk about those things that aren't super interesting.
Yeah, it's sort of like how memory works in itself. The human brain itself will forget the boring, dull, not that good minutia. It just drops that.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
why you only get a highlight reel of your last week rather than the you don't remember the walking around between things.
yeah, I mean that's gonna be inherent to all of life, though. That doesn't really fit into the argument of you know, like, oh, I think life would have been better in like the 70s or whatever compared to now because we don't have to worry about the internet existential problems and information age stuff. Well, that stuff is entirely gone, but you do have to worry about, you know, human existence problems that we've always had to worry about. So it's you know, those things are always going to be around. It's not like I'm saying, oh wow, all problems are literally going to be gone if I just go back to this time. It's like, no, I don't like the time we're in due to these
Of
things, and
course,
these
yeah.
things didn't exist here.
yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's a case of you make your own judgments on what are false to you. What's a problem what's a massive problem to person A may be only a minor inconvenience to person B. It's just how you perceive all the things.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a matter of
I know. I feel like sort of. Yeah, I sort of like I feel like I could only live sort of I couldn't live in a before time because I'm so reliant on information just that I need to be well I don't know I'm not sure that's the right word I don't have the
Hmm.
words for this I don't know my opinion on this entirely I haven't thought through it enough I don't know
Oh,
I know my opinion on it I don't know how to turn them into words I haven't thought enough about this in advance but
so
to go reverse a bit there's also a fact of glass always greener factor but you know.
I think what you might be trying to say is that you are so attached to and reliant upon and enjoy these the fruits of the technological age and the time we live in so much so that you're spoiled by it and or you like it so much that you would not want to be in a time without those things is what you might be trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's what I was about to say, sort of thing. But then thought about it a little bit more and realized to some degree that's not entirely true because I've also got the thing of I am not physically capable of boredom. So, because I was going to go for yeah, I'd be bored about the information, but I wouldn't be. I'm not capable of feeling bored, but I don't know. I guess because I don't know the way I view society as it is, it's sort of it's a thing of I don't feel like there are many other points in time that could have. Except that a person like me could have lived, and I can
Hmm.
sort of there are roots in present time where I can live. You know, Patreon exists,
Yeah.
the internet exists. There are ways where a crazy person that cannot mesh with society can still find a crack in it. In
Yeah.
lots of points in history, there wasn't that.
Hmm.
I mean, there were,
Yeah.
you know, I could have been okay in the pirate times, and I could have maybe been okay in the cowboy times if in America, and not much else. Maybe medieval times, not even really. No, could have maybe
Yeah.
been a smuggler in medieval times, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would be fine if I was born, like, a filmmaker or a psychologist in, like, I don't know, the Soviet Union or something. It's like, okay, I can do this. It's like that George Lucas documentary where he was like, yeah, as long as you don't criticize the government, you're fine. You can make whatever kind of films you want. So I think I'd live a fine life if I were, like, a filmmaker in that type of place. I think I'd be quite happy. Um, I'd just be able to make my films, and I'd be pretty good off or something. Because I think I could be a filmmaker if I
I
really tried.
mean,
I could be a filmmaker.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I get that. That's the thing. Like, as someone who, in a sense, makes movies, in a sense, a lot of it is case. It is all critical. It's about a case of I'm going to be vitriolic and angry and critical of everything around me, and there's going to be a case of it's again. I can't fit into society in any normal sense because I'm a weird, broken, angry person.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I
But
don't have
yeah,
much of that problem because
yeah, I
I
think.
guess I'm just lucky in that sense. I was raised in a certain way, or maybe not raised. I had circumstances happen in such a way that made it to where I wasn't like that,
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly. Yeah, this is the thing I've talking about before. We all have our life experiences. We're all people that we've all had different life experiences that have turned us into these different creatures. And yeah,
Yeah.
some of us have life experiences that are cogent to operating in the real world. Some of us have life experiences that mean we are entirely and absolutely incompatible with it. But you know, that's fine.
Yeah, and I mean, how those life experiences are facilitated has a lot to do with the way culture is and just who you end up meeting. Like, for example, some people who were abused end up becoming violent themselves, but sometimes, or actually, I was just reading about this today. If there are enough people who do enough greatly kind things to them, those people actually become more altruistic. They think about things more in a sense of I this thing happened to me, but I'm gonna try and be kind to a bunch of people because I know what it's like and whatnot. And so they don't become violent. You know, they had an experience that reared them in a different direction. Not everyone has that. So some people, they end up just
Yeah.
viewing the entire world in a cynical way because they had that, you know, bad experience. When you know, the whole world isn't bad if you had a different experience towards it that sort of changed that. So, yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Or maybe the whole world is bad and it's just your experience is telling you something different. We can't say, we only have our own perspective.
Well, it's subjective in the end anyway. But I
And
mean,
we still acknowledge the
yeah.
biases.
Oh man, my cat,
Yeah.
he's got his claws on wood on the front door. He's just scratching it.
Oh god. That was a terrible, terrible thing.
I don't mind my house getting breaking down
When are we going
because
to
my
kill all the
house has
animals?
black mold. It has
When,
black mold on the ceiling. It has black mold on the walls. On the floor is like has water damage all over it and it looks really bad. And there's a crack in the foundation
mold
where the
mildew?
house could potentially like fall down, which I need to make a vlog about this because there's in my house it's really messed up and like not very good in terms of the foundation, the way it's built. There's a lot of potential there for it to break. And it was not meant to be used for this long. It's the one of those houses that was meant to only be used for a short amount of time and then never used again, but it's been used way past its expiration date. There's a lot of problems with my house, so I don't care if the cat breaks something. For the house is destroyed anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy. When are we going to do the with the fucking Outlaw and Magos guns cast? Why are guns the only good thing? Why is Britain so bad and doesn't let me own a gun? Why won't Theresa May let me buy and purchase a rocket launcher? All
Yeah,
I
I
want
hate
for
Theresa
Christmas
May.
is an RPG-7.
She's
You
just
should.
liberal
Everyone should.
trash. This
Not for. This isn't a political thing. Nothing politics. You should hate Theresa May because she is every politician. Every politician is Theresa, or at least every. The thing with Theresa May is every politician in Britain is Theresa May. Theresa May is the only politician. Theresa May is the epitome of the British politician. They are all exactly the same. They are all Theresa May. Theresa May is the woman one of them. There's also the fat one of them, the thin one of them, the old one of them, the young-ish one of them, but they're all Theresa May.
I mean, James Corbyn is pretty good.
And it's
I
all
like
bad.
that guy.
Fuck Britain. I gotta
James
get out.
Corbyn's cool.
Ireland's
I
okay.
like James Corbyn. But yeah,
That's not his name. It's Jeremy Corbyn.
or Jeremy Corbyn. See, this is what I do.
Mm.
Yeah, wow.
Also, he's not good either. He's just kind of socialist, almost Theresa May. He's still Theresa May.
Yeah, but like, I mean, he's social democratic, which is gay, but like, you know, it's something. It's something that's
He's
not
still not.
liberalism.
He's still not authoritarian scumbag like them all.
Yeah.
I mean, he's also pretty liberalism too. He's very heavy into the liberalism shit, just as well as a bit socialist. They're all weird liberal / authoritarian, and oh, it's bad. Fuck them all, kill them all. But we can't kill them all because we don't have guns.
Yeah, that you can't have a revolution because you don't have guns, which is the reason why I always say this. As long as we live, this is a weird political thing, but as long as we live in a capitalist society, everyone should have guns. More guns.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing. Like, people say, this is a conversation I was having yesterday with Alex Ration, and he took it in wrong directions because he's got his political opinions that are wrong, but that's fine. We all do. Fucking the point of the Second Amendment, it's not for self-defense. We make that up. The American pretends that the point of the Second Amendment is so you can have guns, and so in case the government fucks up, you can kill the government and reset it. That's why it's number 2 on the list, because it's really fucking important. It is the ultimate check and balance of, if you fuck up too bad, then your citizens will kill you. The many
Exactly.
have a weapon that is powerful enough to destroy you. They have a reset switch.
Exactly. That's why I'm 100% for guns. Like, because you can't have a revolution without guns. You need violence. You always need violence to make those sort of changes. Um,
Right.
or that
There are ways to do it without violence, but they're so complicated and there are so many points of failure that it's easier. It's easy. It's a case of, okay,
exactly.
practically speaking, let's just use force. And yeah, there's a point where you need to say, where you need to put down your moralizing to say, fuck it, we need to just solve this problem immediately. It's not
Yeah.
worth the effort. It's not worth the risk. Just kill anyone that stands in our way and solve the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I agree with you a lot more on this than Alex does. Um, because
Yeah,
it's
he's
weird because whenever I talk to Alex, it's like, wow, this is the Magos guy that I agree with on stuff. But he has certain things where it's like, wow, I feel really Magos right now.
Yeah, he's got sort of he's got there's some woolly liberal sensibilities to him. Like, yeah, it's not great. I don't know.
Which I can
I
understand
don't
where he
want to
comes
paint him in any
from.
sort of picture because he's been getting better at that. So,
Yeah, I
yeah,
can understand where he comes from
he's generally
on a lot of.
he's somewhat I feel like
Hmm? Hmm?
it
Oh,
he's got a, it's just a general disagreement or pessimism as to force its effectiveness. You know, it's a case of he is not the kind like he is not the kind that will acknowledge the value of just smashing through the obstacle.
hmm.
And I am someone that does very much value that interpretation of, in case of emergency, just fucking destroy what stands in your way and solve the problem. Fuck all consequences, fuck everything surrounding it. Fuck it all, use a gun. But you
Yes,
can't, because we're in Britain,
exactly.
and yeah.
Exactly. See, I'm not good with this stuff in terms of like
Still.
personal relationship things, but in terms of overthrowing the government, I am like 100% with you on this. Do it.
Yeah. But yeah, we can't. And the government's draconian and horrible, and they're moralising dickbags. They've got their weird moral sensibilities that are these pseudo. They've got the pseudo conservative elements, pseudo liberalist elements that just aren't really good for anyone, and it's a bad time.
Mm.
It's yeah, kill them all. Let God sort them out.
Yeah, I really
I
like
assume most are going down. It won't be hard for him. Don't worry.
yeah, I really like Philosophy Tube's video about liberalism. It's quite good. But let's see, what was I gonna say? Um, yeah, I mean the thing about most politicians is that like they separate it. Oh, this is right, this is left, and whatnot. But like really, most politicians are right wing. Like which liberalism is right wing, you know. But like you have neoliberals, which is like Milton Friedman and all that, and then you have like Adam Smith and John Locke and those people who are like, we need freedom and democracy, except for slaves, because slaves are good for the economy. Or, currently in Europe or whatever, we need freedom and democracy, except for immigrants, because that is not good for the economy, or whatever. So it's all these exceptions for things. It presents itself as this centrist, amazing thing that's gonna be the reasonable way out, but it makes all these hypocritical exceptions about things, but for the economy and whatnot.
Yeah,
And basically
it's
every
almost like
politician is a
it's almost
liberal.
like politics are a nuanced thing, and you can't put it down.
Yeah,
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 it's almost like politics are a nuanced thing, but when you try to put them down into a left, right, up, down border, don't work because politics are nuanced and people have different opinions on different matters, and trying to say you're on the right side, you're on the left side is meaningless fucking trivialization of a very complicated issue that only acts to set up tribalism of, oh, vote for the home team, fight the enemy team. doesn't matter if you actually agree or have thought about them. It's my team. My team said so. Therefore, I agree with it, even if it's stupid and bad and suicidal.
Yeah. You just gotta
Oh
think
boy.
critically about everything. In terms of a political sphere, like
Help
even though
everyone,
we
and if they go bad, kill them.
yeah, like even though we disagree on our specific philosophies about, what we want and whatnot, at least we have that. You gotta be critical about these things, and you gotta have guns, I guess. At least we have that.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have guns to be in case it fucks up. You have to have guns. Like if your all your best laid plans come to ruin and corruption, then oh boy, it's all gone to shit. Well, we can fix it. We have a gun.
Mm, yeah.
Because that's the thing. Power comes from those that perceive it, but a gun's power is absolute. Power in politics is all about perception and what people see and what people think, where people think it exists. But it all means naught down the barrel of a fucking assault rifle.
Mm,
That beats no law is above a bullet.
yeah. But I think I should also preface this when it comes to all of these sorts of political things like shoot everybody, fix the world and whatnot. I'm really just kind of fine with helping people in my own time in terms of a practical sense of being like, okay, this guy needs help with something. I'm gonna help him out. That does more than doing all this revolutionary political stuff because ultimately we don't have much of an effect on politics. This stuff doesn't matter. It's fun to talk about. It's vitriolic rage and all that. It's a good aesthetic. It's nice. Sometimes it's nice. Other times it's just terrible. But like we ultimately will not have too much of an effect on this stuff. So I'm fine with like, yeah, you know, um, this I'm just going to go to a country that works best for what I need and I'll be fine. I'm just gonna, if someone needs help, I will help
Mm.
them in a practical sense and not do it through a political means that ultimately means nothing because I am not a politician. And even if I was, I would get corrupted in some sense or just make no progress because my beliefs are not mainstream enough and it doesn't fit the collective.
I mean, yeah, you say that's fair. That's a fair point. I could talk about it more, but that would risk spoilers. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's all okay. Politics are okay when people agree on them, and that can be a fun conversation. Still
Hmm.
shit, but this wasn't really a political conversation. This was more a pro guns conversation. Fuck yeah, guns. Guns are
Yeah.
cool. I like guns because they're cool. Because they're cool and they make me feel powerful. In theory, I only because I don't have them, but
Yeah. Let's see. Game options. I think I played all of the maps on Worms Armageddon throughout this recording.
Oh boy, how exciting!
Yeah. I do
Oh,
you
that's
want to
good.
record more? Like
That's
I can
that.
switch to a different game. I can I can switch to a different game and just restart the
I
call or
mean,
whatever. If you want to do more because we've already gotten like 2 hours and
I don't
30
know.
minutes of footage.
I'd be fine another half an hour before I've got to, say, stop making weird esoteric things of you and make actual content. But yeah, if you want to do another
Yeah.
half an hour, I'm good. But if not, I'm cool. Whatever.
All right. Yeah, I can probably find another game to do another half of an hour on. And with that, I'm gonna restart the call here. But I gotta sync them. I gotta turn off the Skype button and turn off the VCR at the same time, I think. So I gotta do this weird. Oh God, no! My setup, it's killing me.
Okay. Lord.
Fucking. All right, I pressed the stop button. I pressed the stop button on the VHS tape. I'm gonna rewind the VHS tape. It's all good. This is YouTube
Oh boy.
content. We've
Lord.
made YouTube. I'm actually really satisfied with these Let's Plays. Like, there's some parts in there that are a little bit awkward because of
Yeah,
internet problems, and I'm a spurg, but like, it's pretty good.
there's a few bits of that. It was okay. Yeah, there are a few levels of like this bit especially there. It got a bit desyncy towards the end, and that was a bit of an issue. There seems to be a bit of delay here, but We're doing okay. We're doing okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to cut these up into like 30-minute segments, I think, or like 25-minute segments, and instead of just having them in one big thing, I'm gonna release them as small parts over time.
I'd be good if that's good for filling up my playlist and making it look like I'm still doing stuff.
Yeah.
Now that we don't,
Let's
there's
see.
no more fucking let's plays with Alex. And I've lost my stand clog matter for that shit. It's real tragedy. I need something to fill up the playlist and smoke screen important stuff.
Yeah, I saw you were playing Risk of Rain today. What were you just playing it for fun, or did you make a video out of it?
Uh, I played a bit of Alex, but no, didn't make a video from it because he's done his full fucking he's off the internet for a bit. He's taking a break and stuff isn't getting recorded
Hmm. Oh,
by and
that's too
large.
weird.
So yeah, I've offered a few times. I offered last week. And I don't remember if I bothered offering this week, but I know I offered last week, and he didn't feel like recording it. And it's a different sort of vibe when me and him are recording. Like the thing is, like it's been enough where when with you, the recording vibe is the same as just the vibe of talking to you because you are recording all the time anyway, or at least assuming so is the safe assumption. But with him, there's no love. It's a case of it's a different feel to it all. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to fast forward on the VHS tape, the first one, because I rewound it. Uh, so that's gonna take a little bit amount of time. Hopefully that doesn't cause any issue. Oh boy.
Oh boy, exciting.
uh, oh wow, this footage this looks
Oh
grainier than the last footage I shot on this VHS. Okay. Um, I'm
boy.
just gonna sit
I
here
mean,
fast
it
forward.
is a VHS. I mean, so presumably you're using the same tape, in which case, yeah, it will visibly degrade over time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's uh, it's pretty good. I mean I
Yeah.
love the way VHS looks, so to me that's sort of like a reward, but also I have to worry about okay, I gotta buy more tapes because these ones are gonna die eventually, and I just record over them once I get it on the capture card.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see,
That
I'm gonna
that that
play
that is the concern. It's because there's a.
I'm gonna play Jet Grind Radio.
Oh boy. Video
Yeah,
game.
I've just been
The
playing
video game
Dreamcast
all
games
time
this
there.
whole time. Forgot to put Zombie Revenge
Mm-hmm.
back in its case. Let's see here. Where is it? Oh
Mm.
god, I lost the case. Wow. This is just what I this is a nightmare whenever I try to record a let's play because I have all of these different factors that I need to pay attention to all at once. And I mean, I think this is a thing individual for me just in my room because my room is a mess. It's a total mess whenever I go around in here.
Mm. Yeah.
Okay.
As someone that lives to some degree in trash, I know the feeling a bit. It's yeah.
I think okay. I
I don't
think
know.
I've
I need,
gotten
I need to
the
figure out. I need to figure out some solo let's play comps or something.
yeah. I think I'd enjoy that. Like, you still haven't done that Discord
Yeah.
Let's Play you were gonna do.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been like one of my oldest planned things was to just do a let's play of Metro 2033. I've wanted to do it for the better part of a year. I just never got around to it because it was always like unsure of where it was going to be. Like there was delays on Arturo stuff, and now I'm busy with trying to juggle not dying with making stuff, and I need to figure out time or something. So.
I I might put a Let's Play on the CMC just to do that, but I'm gonna start back up the call so I can get separate recordings.
All right.
Okay.
Oh boy, we're back.
The Dreamcast logo. Oh, this is YouTube content. We're YouTube boys now. I am a real Let's Player instead of just making whatever I was. Because the thing about my Let's Play channel, there's like an era where I was sort of trying, and I made these like weird thumbnails for videos. I was doing these solo things where I would stream it on a Google, what's it called? Google Hangouts to my second channel, and then I would take the footage from that and I would take the Audacity recording because the audio on the stream itself would cut out so much. So I had to record on Audacity separately and sync them. And then I would take the Audacity audio and the Google Hangouts footage because that was the only way I could record footage because my computer couldn't handle software to do that. So I need to do it on Google Hangouts. And I did those Let's Plays for a while, but like now, I'm in this weird transition era where I'm doing Let's Plays with you, which is for the last couple days has been coming out on my channel, and then there was another second where I was just taking secretly recorded conversations and putting them on my gameplay channel, like without even acknowledgement, just taking secret conversations and putting them on there.
Yeah, that's a choice. That's a choice we all make.
Yeah, that's pretty immoral.
It's you know. Sometimes that's how it do. But okay, it's okay. It's all fine. It's all good.
So Jet Grind Radio is not working live on video. I'm gonna put Maken X in there. Okay, let's play this. It's Atlas. It's Persona.
What?
I think I have a video recorded that I did of just me going through all of the Dreamcast games that I have, and then I never released it because I was like, this is cringy and bad.
Yeah, that's some deep lore there. It's it's good. Need to do a thing, but
I think what made me really stop the recording was like, okay, I want to get more Dreamcast games before I make a video of them. Because I want to get a complete Dreamcast collection at some point. Like, I want to buy all the games for it. Which is a little bit hard to do. Because some of them, like, they're not too pricey.
Bit much.
Yeah, the NES, for example, it has games that are in the $10,000 range. So in order to get all of the NES games, that's a little bit problematic. Or with like the Sega, which one? The Sega, not Mega Drive. What's it called? The Sega Master System. No, the Master System. That one was very popular in the UK compared to the NES, so you might know it, but it wasn't very popular over here. But the problem with getting those games is that so many of the games are expensive because I have to import them from the UK, and so getting a complete collection on that is hard. And it's like, it's not good. Buying video games is hard.
Yeah. It's all a terrible effect there. I don't know. I feel like once you get into that sort of gotta collect them all mindset, it just becomes it's level of becoming a chore, you know. I don't know. Maybe this is a clash thing of art, but I don't know.
I think that's a clash of worldviews, because for me, I love collecting things. I've always loved collecting things. I've always sort of treated it like, wow, this is a cool thing that I'm doing. I got to get them all, and just the act of getting them all and realizing that there are things about this from a historical narrative standpoint and aesthetic way. It's pretty nice. You know, it just feels nice to collect things.
Yeah, I used to sort of have that mindset, and I just realised that it wasn't it felt more like a Skinner box thing to me, at least. Just a case of I'm pushing a button, getting this it's weird sort of chemical enjoyment that isn't actually anything deep in that. A case of here's one more to the number or one more to the pile of things that just don't necessarily want this shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd rather just have cool stuff that I want in individual items.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely get that because I try to play every game that I collect, you know, because I check pricecharting.com nearly every day, because I go on VR every day, so they're talking about price charting on there, what game has gone up or gone down, or what have the scalpers done this time. Um, but it's every game I buy, even if it's like a game that's not very good, I will learn to enjoy it because the fact that it's a video game is cool.
Yeah, I feel like I still haven't quite gotten back into video games. There was a period where I liked video games, there was a period where I didn't. I sort of feel like I'm in between two worlds at this point. I need to find a video game that I like so I can properly get back into video games.
Yeah, I enjoy like almost every. I've talked about this to Ninja before, and I still have the recording where we had the Pong debate because Skype just records all my conversations for me because I have software that does it as soon as I go into a call, which is quite useful. But I have that debate somewhere. I think it's on my Google Drive, but of me talking to Ninja about Pong, and we had this big argument about, well, I enjoy almost every video game I play because I play it for so long and I gain so much patience for the game because, well, okay, I'm intrigued. It's a video game. This intrigues me. So I'm gonna keep playing it, right? And I will eventually play it for so long that I have found things that I like about it. That I have found things that I can say, oh, this is kind of cool, or I can derive enjoyment from very esoteric small things that I don't think anyone else would derive enjoyment from. So that's sort of like a superpower for me when it comes to collecting, is that I will play everything that I buy and I will find something out of it. Like bad games too. The fact that you're experiencing a bad video game is like fun and aesthetic in and of itself.
Yeah, I can sort of get that. Just it's just a thing I can't really do. I don't know. It's a lack of patience, I guess, for it.
Yeah, when it comes to video games, I've gained a lot
Yes,
of patience.
Yeah, I feel like it just comes for me. It comes to this mindset of like I've always got this thing in the head of why am I not making a YouTube video? Why am I not creating a thing for the internet? If I'm doing a thing that isn't that's always fact. So it's always time's always sort of considered into that, you know.
Yeah.
So you know, it's a thing I used to be able to. I used to be able to, you know, enjoy shitty games, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's akin to that for me is like, wow, I'm gonna die someday. Or what am I doing? But like, even then, I don't have as much of a problem with that anymore because I take CBD, which helps with my anxiety problems about a lot of things, which is sort of a. If you don't know what CBD that's cannabidiol oil, which is basically just an extract from marijuana. And it's legal here. It's perfectly legal, and it helps me quite a lot with just thinking about death. Used to be a huge problem for me, but now I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna enjoy what I'm doing and chill, and it's very nice. Oh my god, it's so therapeutic.
That's good. That's good.
But yeah. Oh man, this
Yeah.
game's like first
Yeah.
person. A lot
So,
of
so,
the old Atlas games, they did this
oh boy.
very weird experimentalism stuff. But it's like a first person RPG almost, except it's also an action game, and my TV is cutting out a lot.
Oh boy. There's some here's some high quality Let's Plays right here.
I'm gonna be playing terrible in the footage of this.
Blood. That's fine. This is what the viewers come for.
Yeah, this is what these Unikitty fans just eat up. They love it. They love watching me play really badly at video games no one knows about except for me and BioPhoenix. Oh man, that's a reference.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Let's go back to the good old days. Max Revive. What was I? I think I used to be called Ultra Game Room. That's what I was called. That I called a YouTube channel that at one point. Um,
Lord.
Max Revive that.
Lord.
Oh boy. Yeah.
That's the real end game. It's the real fucking shit.
Oh, I figured out how to fix the TV. Okay, so I have to pause the game every time it cuts out, and then it fixes itself.
Ooh. Okay then. That's good. This sounds like a very aesthetic jury rigged setup.
Wow, these random technical problems that I just have. This is wonderful. Like the funny thing is that I've lived with this stuff on a daily basis. Like I've always had these weird problems. This is nothing new. I've always had these things that I've had to put up with that no one else has to.
Yeah, yeah, it's that was there was a period where that was very Magos aesthetic for like the working on Christmas Day sort of period where everything was falling apart and I lived in a duct taped together nightmare life.
Yeah. The great thing about it is that it teaches you a
Yeah,
lot
that feels
about
right.
patience. It teaches you how to be calm and happy in a situation that isn't so good, and try to find the good things out of it and just laugh at it. It's quite good.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. True. Not yeah, there is sort of I don't know. It's a case of it's a thing that's harder to go back into once you've seen the other side, you know.
Yeah. Um, I
Yeah.
hopefully I will retain the skill of being able to be patient for it. Like one example of this is when I came back to my old house, I had been spoiled from being in the other house so much. But you know what? I've actually grown back the patience for my old house. I've seen, okay, this is what this is like, and now I think I've fallen a little bit, but that's okay. I'm not gonna let it deter me too much in the end. It's I think that's a very good skill to have.
Yeah. 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 That's good. True.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I'm lost now. I'm in a maze.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Oh
I'm
boy.
stuck.
Oh boy. How? Yeah. This
Help,
is
let me
very
out.
exciting in that space. Um. Oh. Let me out.
Let me
Hmm.
out of here. Let's see
When
here.
are we gonna get out? When are we
When are we gonna get out of what?
trapped in the fast room?
What was
Oh
that you
boy.
were going on with Magos? When are we gonna get out of what?
Uh, I was gonna. I don't remember. Maybe I was gonna talk about a thing. Oh god. Oh god. Dying. Fuck. We've run out of things. Run out of things. This is the problem. We've run out of cool things to talk about. We're talking about cool stuff now. We're not talking about cool stuff. Now this is weird meta shit of talking about not having things to talk about. This is why we need more structure in podcasts.
You
We need
know,
ethics in video game journalism, and we need structure in outlaws podcasts.
we need ethics in video game journalism. That's great. Oh man, that brings me back. That brings me back to the good old days. I used to be a big fan of the YouTuber Alpha Omega Sin. Do you remember that guy?
I've heard of him. I've seen a few of his things. I barely remember him.
Yeah,
So currently
there's a
very
long
acquainted.
story with him where I could just make like a 30-minute Let's Play about Alpha Omega Sin, but uh, I will just say that I've had a complicated relationship with his content. And the same with like Review Tech USA. I used to watch that cuck all the time too. Um, but like, I'm so used to hearing we need ethics in video game journalism and all that, and I remembered Wow, this is what I used to hear all the time. This is great.
Gamergate was actually the best time on the internet, the only good time.
Yeah, I didn't have too much experience with Gamergate, even though I was in that community. Like, I didn't actually pay too much attention to it. Now, Gamergate is more of a meme for me because I did the toilet cast on Gamergate, and I'm like, you know, did the thing there. But um,
Mm.
it's more of a post Gamergate thing that I tend to laugh about. I didn't actually have a bunch of experiences with Gamergate itself, you know. And of course, at that time, I wouldn't have been on 4chan or anything like that, so I wouldn't have gotten like a hands-on experience with any of it. When did Gamergate happen? Like, what year?
Oh boy, I don't fucking know. Jesus Christ, what would have been like 2013 sort of time? I think. I think. Let me see. Let me Google it. Let me fucking date. Yeah, beginning in August 2014, apparently.
Mm, yeah, that I sort of have an experience with that. I watched Alpha Omega Sin's videos on Gamergate. Like he had a feud with Anita Sarkeesian um about like, oh man, this is a thing. Or Anita Sarkeesian blocked me. Oh boy, that was like a big thing where he was. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's
I
I
mean,
don't
I feel like the internet in its entirety had a feud with Anita Sarkeesian, which was
yeah.
justified because she was a con woman and a scumbag in general. But you know,
Yeah,
oh
she's a
boy,
whore. I
let's go.
don't like Anita Sarkeesian. Wow, that's straight from Outlaw's mouth. Anita
That was
Sarkeesian is a
hilarious.
whore.
That was out of character, but I enjoyed it a lot. It doesn't fit with the outlaw I know, but I love it. It made me very happy.
I don't know. That's sort of like the real life side of Outlaw coming out because like I will just make very angry and misogynist statements against certain women a lot of the time in real life. Like I say people
I
are
do
whores a
support
lot.
chauvinism and misogynism. That's good.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
It's
deny of thoughts, kill them
underrated.
all. That's good.
It's underrated. People don't
Mm.
understand how comfy and fun misogynism can be. Like my dad, he makes misogynist jokes all the time, and it's great. And like sometimes he kind of means it, and that makes it even better.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why it's so funny because there's a level of there is like that's why it's so funny because there's we live in a culture that doesn't like to acknowledge it, but there is a cultural difference between like upbringing and psychological difference between the genders that intrinsically changes how they are. They're not the same. People of different genders are different by and large, and they can be to some extent. A lot of differences can be generalized in effectively, and when you bring that up, it makes people uncomfortable, and that's the funniest thing. That's why
Yeah,
it's so great because it makes people uncomfortable, and it's this weird. It's reveling in taboos. It's good. It's good.
yeah.
It's fun, and remove their voting rights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these cucks, they want the special treatment of having their gender, but they also want to not have a gender identity or anything like that. They try to have their cake and eat it too, where they say, "Oh, women are the same as men and all this stuff." And like we're just totally exactly the same guys. So don't judge us on that or don't make these statements. And then at the same time, they say, "Oh wow, we're special snowflakes and we're so different because we're women." No, it's totally different things. You're
Yeah.
contradicting
It's
yourself. You're wrong.
it's it's exactly it is that like that kind of stuff is when you can use that you're just using the gender card. You're using your gender to try and get yourself advantages clear. You haven't thought this through. You don't care about this. Your claims that this is about something bigger are all bullshit. You're just using the fact of you are this gender, therefore you can get yourself advantages, and you're actively leveraging that more than the subtle leveraging that happens on a base biological level, or based upon fucking I'm not going to get into it to get away from being too chauvinist, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
The Outlaw and Magos become sexist cast.
The great thing about this is that so many of my friends in real life are women, and I say misogynist stuff around them sometimes. Oh
Yeah,
God.
that's fair and fun.
Yeah, it's oh man, there's nothing like if you're around someone who doesn't get it or who doesn't know that, and you like are friends with a girl and you say something misogynist around another girl who loosely knows them, and to look at the reaction on their face, like, and you just feel the uncomfortable bad feeling that they have. Oh my God, it's great. It feels good.
Yeah. Making people feel uncomfortable is at the height of comedy.
Yeah, it really is. And that's one of the reasons why I like
It's sort of
fascist
like
memes so
this is what
much.
I've talked about. Like, I mean, this is why I want to do like a lot of my. I've got a lot of like comedy like ideas planned that I want to try and get into videos that are like very much inspired by Sam Hyde because I sort of that's his comedy style. It's fully a case of his comedy is based on hurting the people around him and that being the joke of it essentially. He's going to say things that are going to make people uncomfortable. Like the best way like to get into him is to watch like the thing where he did the TEDx talk and his podcast of Anthony Fantana that just sort of explains like so you can figure out like how he works comedically. It's a case of it's like there's a level of sincerity couched in it, but it's also a level of trying to fuck people. It's both. It mixes, and the mixing of that is part of what makes it so uncomfortable, and it's great. Oh boy.
Yeah, the mixing of irony
And
and
this is why
sincerity.
Magos plays a Discord needs to come soon.
It does. I want I
Yeah.
want people to be homophobic against me.
Exactly, yeah. It's coming soon. Maybe. Magos plays Discord, where there'll be lots of weird, strange things that will hopefully make people uncomfortable or confused.
Oh,
I
perfect.
don't know. The
That's
extent
great.
of the extent of the stuff I've been able to do with that, by and large, has been the extent of that is just calling people, is a much more sort of aggressive type, bringing in that sort of what Endless just in the MLP stuff with the Warhammer stuff has basically been the extent of like calling them all autists and man children and being very aggressive to the fan base. But I want to do further experiments in that style because it's fun and funny.
Yeah. Man, I while we've been having this conversation, I've been wandering around just in circles in this game because I don't know where to go.
Plus, like that's how video games are meant to be played. This is what they intended when they invented the video game. That was the dream.
Yeah, I wish I knew where my pirated version of not Sylphid. I think that's a Sega Genesis game. The Ikaruga. I wish I knew where my pirated version of that is, where I have to like take the Utopia boot disc and put it in the Dreamcast, and then take it out, and then like put in a real game or whatever, and then put in the fake game. That's a thing.
Mm.
Which, I mean, now all I have to
Yeah.
do is just take a Dreamcast emulator, but my computer can't run that, so I have to do this weird thing of having pirated games burnt on CDs.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Trial of the Jury Effect Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not careful, Sega is gonna bust down my door for saying all this.
Yeah. That will be exciting. When's the crow crackdown going to occur? When are the authorities going to come for the crows?
I mean, if Foggy goes on the way he is, it may happen very well soon.
That would be exciting.
Yeah, the Crow
Yeah.
Masticator's Twitter is in a golden age right now. Not only do we have a rapist
I
in the
mean, it's
Crow
doing stuff.
Masticators,
Good.
we are just getting people right and left upset.
Yeah, we need to. This is why we need to maximize the chromasticator so we can actually benefit off of this weird drama and fucking heel turn that we're doing. There isn't actually
Yeah,
any good content to back that up,
yeah. I'm in support of
and this
this.
this is why we need someone else. This is why we need someone else to take charge because I can't do it because I'm the busiest crazy person in the world, and you can't do it because you're gonna make stuff that doesn't have any mass appeal. So the gambits for attention won't synchronize that at all. We need to get one of these fuckboys to do their fucking jobs. We need to
Hmm.
convince either Fogey or
Mr. Cynical.
Unusual or I guess maybe Jeff or Drunken or I don't know. Mr. Sinclair, I feel like his way of doing things is going to be too substandard. Yeah, maybe Drunken, maybe fucking uh, Orca and Pagan. Getting some of them to stop doing stuff and getting stuff on there.
I can jump. I had no idea. I figured it out. I cracked the code. I had to
Oh
jump
my
over
god.
this thing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Oh
sorry I
lord.
interrupted you with this. I just random reactions of me
That's
playing a
fine, that's
video
fine.
game in this.
Yeah, yeah.
But the
It's good. I'm
problem with
sure all the viewers are watching intently.
yeah, of course. But the problem with Drunken is he doesn't care about art. Like the thing is that his vision of the Chromasticators is to be this like utopia of we're all just friends who are tightly knit together, ban everybody who isn't a close friend. Make this a very specific thing for me that no one else can enjoy on YouTube because he hates artists and he hates content creators. And then Jeff is
Mm.
like, well, he's willing to make things, but he's very unpredictable. The things he makes are just spur of the moment and almost
Yeah,
never appeal to anybody. But I think they're genius because I get it. Um, but like, and Magos, you're too
yeah.
busy. Mr. Cynical, I don't know what he's gonna do. Like, he has to do other things. And he's unpredictable as well in the sense that
Yeah,
bleh,
no one
his
quite
sleep
knows.
cycle is
He is
always
an
changing.
enigma, really.
Yeah, exactly. He's
Yeah,
everywhere
he's
too.
a.
He might be on a What the What podcast. He might be in some other Discord voice channel. His time is not made just for the TCM. I've got real life stuff that I need to do, and then I've got my own content that I need to do, and on top of that, everything that I make is not marketable, like you said. Unusual will not work.
Hmm.
He's not gonna do anything. Um, so yeah, it's the Crows is sort of in a complicated state right now, and obviously Pagan isn't gonna work. Like I love the guy, but
Yeah,
he's never gonna make anything. I really
uh,
feel bad about saying that, but like he's not going to. I don't think he's going to. Yeah.
I know this is the thing. This is why I need to do my fucking the perhaps finale to the Magos' taxidermy shack where I talk about this shit. But this is all the thing. There's different sort of like power blocks within the Chromasticators and different ideas. There's the drunken very much of it's just a group of friends sort of ideal of Chromasticators. There's sort of like me and Weeb sort of want it to be like this Chromasticator style sort of group type thing. That like becomes like this group of content creators. There's you who sort of try to turn it into a joke and use it as a tool to do more weird, fucking impenetrable shit. Jeff sort of goes along with a lot of stuff, and unusual. And the thing with unusual is he is the de facto leader, but he doesn't actually, he isn't really the kind to take charge in a lot of like the way they actually goes direction wise, and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean I feel like
Yeah, like
Jeff
I feel like
me and Jeff and Orca, we all like band into like me and Jeff and Orca are on the same side essentially, where we want similar things for the Chromasticators. And so that's really the only allied power other than you and Weeb wanting this whole procrastinators type group of artists doing a thing, which I mean personally I think can't really happen, but I mean that's the thing, and I mean I think it wouldn't be good if it happened too, but again, that's just my personal thing. So yeah, those are really the only two
Yeah.
alliances. Everyone else is just off doing their own weird thing.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know, and there's a general problem with, like there's no the leadership in there. It's never like I feel like a lot of the time I end up being the one that I don't know. There's elements of, like, as said, Unusual's the de facto leader because he owns the channel and all of that. Then sort of Drunken oftentimes takes charge of, but sort of he's I feel like I've sort of indirectly lowered his power and standing by calling him out of his bullshit, and then and I don't know. You sort of will push through power just by working behind everyone. Foggy's sort of getting a lot of power now just by his regularity of doing shit in there, and his actually he's got a level of activity in there. I feel like a lot of the time I end up taking charge to some degree, and I feel but again, it's the case of I don't have time to run this shit and turn this into my endgame for it. So I don't know.
Mm.
But yeah, it's all a confused mess.
Yeah,
Clement.
I mean, really the
But
only way for the whole idea of make it a procrastinator's clone to work is if you rebranded the chromasticators, which I don't think that's going to happen. I think that'd be a terrible idea if that happened too, because the chromasticators is meant to be a joke. It's it's a silly, weird thing of these autists who parody a group of other autists. It's not I don't know. It's the idea of the chromasticators. Like Clag said, he doesn't like the idea, but I like the idea because it's ironic and a dumb joke thing. And I mean, Clag understands that too. It's just he
yeah, I
doesn't
know.
want it to be that.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get the humor behind it. It's a case of there's the appeal of having a sort of group of artists type thing. It's a case of it's so close to being that, like it's almost there, and it's a painful thing to see, like almost got that ideal, but it's not quite. It's this weird, ironic thing that where half the people don't make stuff, and it's a painful thing.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe
I
I
don't know.
just have trouble seeing it as almost there. Maybe I just see it as something that it could never be there because maybe I'm cynical about it. I'm not sure.
I'm not. It's like, is it? Well, there's the thing. Like maybe it can't ever be there, but that sort of it could still like it's so close to there that it can't ever be there. I'm not sure how to put this into an analogy. Imagine you're a lord of a feudal land, and you've taken a wife and want to bear children so that you may continue your dynasty, but your wife is barren, and you can't divorce or change your wife because the Catholic Church is in power, and therefore no divorces. That's
Hmm.
what the Chromasticators is.
Huh. Yeah, that I can definitely see the problems there of
And you still
you.
love your wife, but but she shall never bear your children, and therefore the family title dies with you.
Hmm. Yeah, that could be quite problematic. Um, but I don't know. I can see where you're coming from. It's just as someone who drastically doesn't want a group thing like that, or like what you describe or Weave describes. It's not something I would get upset over, but I can see why you do.
Mm. Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know.
I
There's necessarily a solution to it, or but either way, I need to make the video just to get all this out there and make sort of my opinions and see how people react to that. Because a part of me feels like the only way to actually achieve that end goal would be to do the culling of the crows and purge most of them, like get rid of people. Because that's the thing, I do like the people in the all those I like, you know. Like that, the only way to do it would be, yeah. Realistically, if we're attempting into that, we're going to get rid of Drunken, probably get rid of Orca, probably maybe get rid of Jeff, maybe get rid of Pagan. You don't want to do that, right? But
Yeah,
it's
just start your own thing. Get like I
it's
don't know, Daymaster or someone Weeb likes who's also makes content and is dedicated to all this dumb stuff. Because I just think YouTube is just a dumb
yeah.
thing. So I think I could potentially fit into the dynamic, but I would always be the eccentric outlier who's doing things differently if I were in this part of this new group.
But that's the thing, I'm always going to be that too, because I'm going to be the weird, endless jest of it all, who's this fucking... Because, okay, I'll make Warhammer videos, that's the thing, I'm going to be making everyone else, all of Weeb's guys, they're anime guys, or how's that interact? They're fucking... None of it all, like, there's always going to be that level of it, so that's why it's almost... it doesn't... there's no good solution, but,
Yeah.
and I can't do it with Warhammer people. That's not an option because all the Warhammer people suck. There's like 3 good Warhammer people, and I'm one of them.
Yeah, I prefer two-man content more than group content. Group content is just a means for making memes and, trying to do like weird stuff like I've already done. But two-man content is much better. I wish everyone would just be satisfied with making two-man content.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Oh man, I finally
Maybe
killed
the
this.
solution is to just become good enough and just join the folk fascinators.
Oh yeah, like that's ever gonna happen. It's funny because whenever I
Yes,
talk about
in
this
the
stuff, I
post
sound so
monkey world.
cynical. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I said that as a joke. In a post-monkey world, I don't think no one's ever going to join the PC, TPC or PCP again. That's
the
essentially
TPC.
off the
Um,
cards. But
yeah, no one's.
yeah,
I don't think
'cause
anyone's ever gonna join the
it's
CMC after the whole Wiener thing. No one else is gonna be able to get in.
oh yeah, exactly. It's a closed thing now as well. That's the trouble with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Somewhere
mean,
there's a solution, but
I don't want to kick Ray out or anything because I like Ray, but and everyone the consensus seems to be keeping Ray, and Ray is my friend too. But I feel like I'm just on such a warpath that I want to get rid of Ray and just I don't know.
I mean, I sort of see it. He's a cool guy. He makes content, and I feel like a part of it, like a lot of it, like he's sort of he is an element of that of Max and I's desire for it to be a content creator sort of thing. And
Yeah,
but I don't know, but he's a cool guy and everyone likes him. He is sort of he does he. There's an established culture that he isn't really part of to some degree. I don't know.
yeah. Yesterday, literally yesterday, he was like, "Oh, I don't want to talk in the chromasticators because cynical might be a rapist and you're memeing too much." It's like, "Oh my god. If you think cynical potentially being a rapist is a problem, then you clearly do not belong in the chromasticators because you don't understand this culture."
Yeah, thinking about that makes me feel like he maybe shouldn't be in here. Jeez, that's
Yeah, I mean, if
I
I
don't know.
had mod powers, I would ban him without anyone else's consent. I would just do it.
Yeah, it's this might be this kind of stuff that has to come up in the taxidermy shack. I don't know. So
Yeah, like also I told Fogan the
maybe
other
I should
day, don't give me mod powers because I will change everything without asking anyone.
yeah. It's I think people seem to realise that you are enough of an uncontrollable element where you being having any power is a legitimate threat to things staying stable at all.
Yeah. No, which is good because I warn them about that. I'm self-aware that I'm doing these things, so it's like do you really want to do this, man? Is this what you're going for? Because I will reshape everything into what I want.
Mm-mm. Yeah. I don't know. Oh boy, speaking of Weeb and Ray, they are right now in a Discord call on the Good Boys chat.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm not in the good boys chat. I
This is
asked
the live
Ray,
scoop.
give me an invite to the good boys chat. Ask Weeb if I can have it, and he never responded me about that. I'm like, nigga, come on. I need
I'm
that. I
the 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 Good Boys chat. You were one of the elements behind making the Good Boys chat because you were. It was in your server. There was a bunch of people, and you were being rowdy, and me and we were tired and dead, and yeah, me and Weeb and Ray were tired and dead, and wanted to escape. So I feel like you're sort of on a pseudo ban list. I don't know. There's a lot of people in there now, which is I feel like there's too many people in there. TBH Famalam, but
Yeah. I mean,
you know, it's there's a level of it's
I've made Weeb admit that the golden age of his server was because of me. He's realized it. The server is dead now because I have allowed it to be dead, and he doesn't realize this, that I was the force behind making the... And he appreciates the jokes now. He gets it. And it's like, oh my god. Everyone seems to not appreciate what I'm doing until it's gone. I don't know. Maybe that's just an arrogant
well,
statement on my part.
This is because you don't know marketing. This is your problem. It just you can't market your shit. People can understand it once it's happened, but you lack the marketing to make them understand why it's good. Marketing is about making people understand why a thing's good, or tricking them into thinking it's good. Either way, it doesn't really matter the distinction. As long as people think it's good, then you're good. But you don't do that. You make people think it's bad. And when people think stuff's bad, they try and fight against stuff that makes things bad.
Yeah, it's part of the joke on my part because I'm enjoying it so much myself that it's like, oh man, I'm making all these people uncomfortable and mad, and I'm just enjoying it, and like a few other people who are on my side are enjoying it, like Cucked by the Law of Aerodynamics. He was a big supporter of what I was doing at the time, and like, like there's a certain people who are in on the joke. They get that I'm doing these things that I don't know how to market and that I won't market out of sheer self-centeredness and realization for this is something that I find fun and I enjoy, and I'm going to do it in the fullest extent, even if that means alienating others.
Yeah, I feel like this comes from a very... This comes from a sort of... There's a level of difference in approach to all of this sort of pubs on the internet, because, you know, you're about the... You're just doing it for your personal enjoyment type thing at this point. Well, I'm sort of... I sort of weep to some extent, looking at a case of... like, this... We're trying to build a thing, you know?
Yeah, I'm not trying to build anything. I'm just trying to build and further my own happiness and make friends while doing it.
Exactly. Yours is about an immediate reaction, and yeah, as you know.
Yeah, I'm just a fun guy. Like
there's a clash there.
To quote one of my IRL friends, Logan is just a silly guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the good. I think we've learned, and I think from doing these series of Let's Plays that were recorded all in one day, I think we've learned a great deal about one another, which sounds really bad and cringy, but it's true.
Yes, this has been legitimately this might be some of the best Magos and Outlaw content. It's sort of yeah, I feel like it's up there near the communism cast sort of tier, pretty top tier, 10 out of 10. Essentially a masterpiece.
Better than the communism cast. I think it's better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to judge until I've heard it and see how shit it sounds after you've you know, fucked it. But I've enjoyed recording, to the very least. So you know.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I enjoy recording it, I know I've done something right. Which is, wow, that is basically the antithesis of the difference of worldviews here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just about personal enjoyment for me.
Yeah, it's all about making a thing for me. It's working to build a product. I've spent a duration of my life seeking the short personal enjoyment, and I still felt dead after it was done. But actually making a thing, seeing a product, oh wow, looking at that, I almost feel like alive. Guess we'll work on that. That's me.
Yeah,
Yes.
you are one of the people the world needs. The world does not need me, and I am fine with that.
Yeah,
Let's
maybe.
see.
But
Which is not how I present myself. I'm all like real life bro, but when it comes to art, it's like this is just mine. This is just me. I'm just gonna do what I want to do, and I'm gonna be completely unapologetic about it and have conviction. Um, but like, let's see, what was I saying? I was saying a thing. I'm making I'm making a point, and I can't remember. It's oh god. But yeah. Yeah. Like, see, when I was making vlogs a lot of the time, I would just make them to have a product out and to be a product, to be a YouTube video. And the thing about a lot of those is that I didn't enjoy recording them, and as a result, I didn't enjoy watching them back. I always thought of it more as a thing of, oh, I'll get better eventually, and the reason I don't like it is because I haven't gotten better enough. But the reason I didn't like them all along, I think, now that I've had this experience, is because I wasn't having fun. As long as I make fun content, I will enjoy the content when I watch it. So yeah. I think that's a good point to end off on, because my parents just got home. Any closing statements?
alright then, yeah, this has been good. We did it right.
Yeah.
Fuck. What? It's a movie or something. I don't fucking know. Memes. Into the dream. Let me die. Oh god. Help. Let me out. Oh wow. That's exciting. Yeah, I tried to listen back to some of these and I realised I can't fucking speak and sound like a retarded, stuttering, Down syndrome fool.
I think you sounded legitimately great.
But yeah, that's okay. When I'm speaking unscripted, I don't realise how much I, repeat myself and just, oh god, oh it's bad. So that's my new thing. I'm making a conscious effort to try and not sound like a fucking moron as I say the words.
Yeah, that's the TV. That's definitely the TV right there. Except the later one from 2006 is black. It's a black one. Techmoan did a video on it, the British guy. But, yeah, like, my problem with speaking on videos is, talking over people, because I do this all the time, partly due to my internet connection, and also partly due to I talk so much that I'll just interrupt people by accident. Like, I don't mean to, but, like, the other person will start what they're saying, and I'll want to go on to an entirely new thing because I just have so much to say.
Yeah, it's, that can be an issue. I feel like the internet, especially between us, is probably quite a big problem because, we've got the issue of the bad internet plus ocean sort of thing, which kind of screws us a bit in that regard. But, yeah, that's okay. That's fine. A few people seem to watch and consume the content anyway, despite how technically awful it is. So that's okay. Everything's okay.
I'm thinking about actually editing this one, or these two, or however I edit these up, like actually going through and taking out, this is my weird pronunciation again, taking out, the, like, bad parts where we stumble over each other and things like that and make it seem more smooth, like a professional show.
Yeah. Oh boy. Remember when I used to do some professional-ish podcasts? Then they stopped. I just say one. I did one proper podcast for a while, and now Tech3 Steve has become a Deus Ex character and just makes memes.
Yeah, Tech3 Steve's YouTube channel is fire to be.
Yeah, it's you appreciate it a lot. You appreciate it more than anybody else, which is good. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, you got him to make a video about it. Tech3 Steve was confused about that fact.
Yeah, It was funny that like Tech Prestige just has no idea who this guy is, who's making a video about him. I thought that was so funny.
Yeah, no, he's got no clue, no concept, but
Wow. Wow.
yeah, it was a time. Okay.
I just love doing these weird esoteric things that confuse people. It's one of my greatest sources of joy in life, and I'm so glad I have it.
Yeah. It's a good meme.
Yeah. Memes were not a mistake. I think at one point I made an anti-meme video, and I said memes are all terrible, and not like I'm a complete memer.
Yeah. You've lived long enough to see yourself become the villain. But yeah, that's fine. Don't worry.
It's either you die a Misato or become a Gendo.
Oh Lord. Yeah, we did it.
Oh wow, this is quick time events.
Yeah, your fucking video games. This is this is the worst format for actually doing it, because I have no idea what's going on in the video game, so it's a real confusion sort of thing. It really is just layers of nobody knowing what the fuck's going on. It's not great, because we can barely hear each other, or at least hearing each other is unstable because of the internet, and one of us is totally blind to the context of, the main visual part of this media that we're making. It's not ideal, but that's fine. That's okay. People seem to enjoy it anyway. Erato and Alex Horatio and apparently Whoop Trash Productions will consume this, apparently, so, that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry how everything is weird and bad. Oh yeah, that's good. That's exciting.
He said it was good for home.
A little bit of that masticated circle jerk.
Yeah, he said it was good for homework. I think there's someone else who watches them. I don't know if DZ Dog watches them or not. I don't remember. I need to ask him about that, because I don't remember it, because I know D watches my Let's Play channel. I know that for a fact, so I don't know if he's watched them or not, but he could have. He watches a surprising amount of my content, which is pretty good. It's just he never comments, so I never know. And the same with like the Positiver, like he watches an insane amount of my podcasts. Like he's actually a pretty big fan of them. So I wouldn't be surprised if he watched some of them, because I think he's commented on my gameplay channel before. I don't remember though.
What a strange, weird voyeur-based mystery. How very uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, and what's his name? Another Alex, the Australian guy on Twitter, Irrelevant is his name. I know he likes my podcast. He legitimately really likes my podcast. So there's also him.
Yeah. There's a pair of fans. Strangely and discomfortingly, there are fans.
Yeah. The type of people out there.
It's okay.
Yeah, my dad constantly makes jokes about how everyone who watches my YouTube channel are pedophiles.
Yeah, it's a possibility. That's a distinct chance, but that's fine. That's okay. Don't worry about that.
Quick time events kill me. I don't like them.
Okay. Oh. Exciting. Video games.
Podcast. The greatest podcast in the world.
Oh. This is terrible. It's all bad. The internet was a mistake. Podcasting was a mistake. YouTube was a mistake. Let's Plays were a mistake. How hard then?
I think the person that I look up to most in the world, as an archetype of people that I could see myself being, other than like good, nice people who do cool, empathetic stuff because, like, I'm a people person, you know. But, like, other than those types of people that I look up to, I think my favorite type of person is the person who can just talk forever and constantly have ideas for things and never stop. I deeply wish I was that person every day.
It sounded like something meaningful was said there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's totally changed now. Alright, yeah, I heard bits of that, and that sounded like it was meant to be very meaningful and impactful, but I just missed most of all of the irrelevant words. So, yeah. The podcast. I can still hear you, you're just quiet now, in business.
Yeah, there you go. That was the gist of it. That.
Okay, yeah, that's, good.
Yeah. That was the point. Wow. So much editing. I'm gonna have to do a bloopers video. A specific bloopers video with just everything I cut out.
Yeah, that's an option. You can do that. I'm not sure if it'll be funny, because it's just a lot of the issues are us not being able to hear each other.
I mean, that would.
But that's
be
fine.
Funny to me.
That's entertaining. Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose that may align with the outlaw sense of humor.
Erito asked me the other day, what even is your sense of humor? Is basically to the effect of what she said.
Boy.
You sound dead.
What? Yeah, I feel pretty dead. That's okay. We're all dying one way or another, so you know. It's okay. We're all okay. We're all going to die painful, horrible deaths. And that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Shoot myself first.
Don't panic. I mean, that doesn't really change the matter. You're still going to get torn apart, rotted and liquefied by worms, beetles and maggots. There's no way to prevent that.
Yeah.
Even if you burn yourself, the fire will still tear you apart, molecule by molecule.
I mean, if I'm dead, I don't think I'd care very much because I'm dead.
I mean, you say that, but when Sharon brings up his red hand and drags you down to drown you in the river Styx before you sink further into the pits of hell, where Satan will tear you limb from limb for eternity, again and again and again. You know, maybe that'll happen. It's always a possibility. Never discount the possibility that heaven is not real, but hell is.
I mean, it sounds funny, so I think I'd be down.
Are we recording? Is this getting uploaded? Is this even a thing?
This is a real YouTube video.
Okay then. That's good. That's fucking really good. This is good. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to people listening. You said we had things to talk about. Do you have a list or something? Is there anything to do with it so this isn't this weird self-loathing interspersed with not knowing what's going on?
I made a topic. I was mentioning something I had written down, and then you couldn't hear it. Oh God. Oh God. No.
Oh, I see.
Just upload this raw. Don't even edit out any parts of it outlaw in the future. Just upload it raw.
Yeah, just this. This is the video. Oh boy. Oh. Fucking boy. Let me die. Let me die a painful death.
I mean, lately I've just been sort of feeling like nothing, where I can't really feel joy too much, I can't really feel sadness too much. It's sort of just been in the middle with everything, but not in a way where I'm upset about that. Like, it's more like I'm just not feeling things very well. But then other times, it's like I'm feeling things extremely well, and then it's just a constant influx of either one or the other. And I think just memeing on podcasts is one of the few things that, like, consistently makes me feel that type of joy, to where I know things are like, okay, things are all good right now.
Oh, that's good. That's great. That your therapy is bad podcasts. Whatever you gotta do to deal, right? If that's your solution, if bad, meme-infested podcasts is your poison and or medicine, then glad that you found one.
Yeah.
Boy.
I feel like my podcast just makes...
Outlaw Harvest was a mistake.
I feel like these podcasts just make you suffer deeply while I'm deeply enjoying them.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like this weird perversion of content, you know? Because I was mentioning this, I only really feel satisfied if what I'm doing results in content, and this results in content, but it isn't quite right. There's something off about it, there's something alien about it, there's something unnatural about it. It's very Lovecraftian sort of content, you know? It's not great, but it's content, I guess. I can maybe add this to my playlist. And that's what really counts.
I mean, one of the earliest jokes of Outlaw Harvest was the fact that I would just upload literally random things that I recorded. Like, I would record, like, a wall or something and upload it to Production Outlaw, and that would be the joke. Or I would, like, do something completely cringy, knowing it's cringy, and not even in a good way, and then upload it. And eventually, I did that so many times to where I couldn't feel bad about it anymore, and I just thought it was funny.
Good job. I'm glad that you lost the ability to feel shame for your content.
I mean, there becomes a point where you realize, okay, I'm never going to make anything good, so I'm just going to wallow in the mud that I was built in.
That's good. See, that's the problem with Magos. Magos, as an internet entity, has this air of trying and, you know, putting in effort and making things that are, though impenetrable, appreciable to a certain sort of fucking person, people, words, can't speak. And then there's this. And there's the metric shit ton of content that with Outlaw, the Let's Plays of Alex Horatio, pretty much any of the Chromasticator shit, that's all just garbage. It's all bad. None of it's good. I don't know. I'm trying to think back, see if there's any of it's decent. It's not much. But that's okay. That's fine. That's all good. Don't worry. Don't worry about how your presence on the internet is made worse by all of these fucking terrible people surrounding me. That's fine.
Yeah. I would probably I would probably have to I would probably have to agree with most of those statements, in the sense that compared to what you've made, it's weird to see all this other stuff. But at the same time, it's I don't know. It matches my aesthetic taste, so I like it. But I get where you're coming from. Still, though, I think that those those like couple Let's Plays that we did and edited together were actually really good. I think you're just being way too hard on yourself about your speaking there, which, I mean, I used to do the exact same thing when I started out, or not started out, you've been doing this way longer than I have, but, like, you get what I mean. You get what I mean. Like, I'm using the wrong phrasing, but I used to be way more angry and bitter and self-conscious about me not speaking well. But I think the key is to just speak so many times that you eventually do get good at it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the one way I justify, being in all these shitty outlaw videos, that at least this is practice. Theoretically, this is practice in the form of content, and logically it should lead to me getting a bit better, hopefully. Theoretically.
I mean, I was on a pub crawl last night. I think it might have been January the 16th or the 24th, where Digi was talking about, with F and GR, about Rick and Morty, and about how, like, if you were someone who had to live through high school for 100 years, you would inevitably metagame high school so heavily that you would just be the best at it, because you would understand everything about it, because you've experienced the same thing so many times that you're just the GOAT now, because you will improve naturally by way of human nature. Of course, this isn't to say the same for everyone, because there are people who, as F and GR mentioned, just don't want to change out of spite. And then, there are people who are, like, autistic and change much slower. But as a broad claim, the majority of human beings, if they do something enough times, they will eventually realize, get it through their head, what they're doing, and then they'll learn from that and or just improve on a subconscious level. That's what happened to me. I mean, I'm still terrible at making videos, don't get me wrong, but I think I've gotten way better at talking, like, compared to my first video.
Yeah, you're pretty good at talking. You've got the good way things do. It's good. And that's the dream. To say enough thing good word do ones, where I can good word say thing, and that it.
Personally, I think you're actually better at talking unscripted than I am, but that's generally because I find you a more interesting person than myself, and because, I don't know, there's so much mystery behind the Magos character that as a viewer, going through all of your stuff, that there's an investment there, that even if it's not, like, completely good, the investment in the mystery is so strong that going through the bad stuff is all the more impactful.
Yeah, I guess there's that factor, and there's probably an element of general self-loathing that comes into all of this, but, still fucking makes me mad, and it makes me mad. Why am I not the best already, goddammit?
Yeah,
that's fine. That's okay. Oh, God, kill me. Fucking end my life. End the nightmare that is my life, please.
Yeah, this is somehow things just ended up this way, to where you're doing a podcast with Outlaw Harvest. What a shame this is. I am ashamed. Although I don't really have much of a right to be when, Yeah. That's fine. That's okay. This is okay. Don't worry that, the only content that I regularly put out is fucking bad podcast of Outlaw Harvest. That's fine. This has gameplay on it too. That's exciting. What video game are you playing today, Outlaw? Fist of the North Star, Ken's Rage, a game I've talked about on my YouTube channel several times by now. I love it very big.
Oh, that's good. That's real good. I'm glad about that.
Yeah.
Fucking A, video games, that's what the kids like, right? I was trying to play video games a bit this week and realized that I don't even fucking like video games, and, anything that isn't work feels horrible.
I think it's the opposite for me, to where the only thing I care about now is video games and watching anime.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. This is what I've become. Just a monster who plays video games all the time, watches anime, and goes on Discord.
Yeah. I've spent a lot of the last week playing video games and being on Discord, and I've regretted every second of it. So, that's okay.
At least this makes the playlist bigger.
Oh boy. Gotta build up that playlist. Gotta build up those fucking, how many fucking hours of shitty content containing yourself. That's always the dream. That's the real measure of a YouTuber. How much dull, boring content can you just clog up a playlist with? Oh boy.
Yeah.
Trial.
Recently I've been trying to finish all of the stuff in Digi's playlist, because there is a minutia of After Dark content from him that I haven't consumed yet, and I've been slowly wedging my way through the pub crawl, because I haven't actually listened to some of the 2016 episodes of the pub crawl, which I needed to get to. So I'm getting through those right now, and I'm actually rapidly getting done with Digi content, because there's not that much else of his that I can consume. I just listen to it while I play video games now, which is really good, because I can play video games and get through Digi content at the same time, to where it's like, okay, I'm consuming two medias at once, and now I don't have to worry about the existential dread of dying just as much.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always good. I really struggle to play video games without podcasts. That's sort of a necessity for me. I don't know. It's annoying. It just makes it hard to play video games where you do, need to listen and focus, because I always feel like, oh, now I need to be fucking multitasking. I need more time. Give me more time!
Yeah.
But, it's a struggle.
The struggle of an outlaw.
This is why I need to get to the point where I can do solo Let's Plays, so that I can, feel like I'm not wasting my life by just playing a video game.
Yeah. I mean, solo Let's Plays are very fun to do. I have like a list of ones that I want to do currently. I was supposed to record one yesterday, but my house was all clogged up and my voice felt terrible, so I didn't record it. Luckily, my voice has cleared up a bit today. But most of the video games that I listen to podcasts while making are like beat 'em ups and fighting games and things where you shoot stuff, because those are the types of games I'm into. I'm not at all into like very story driven stuff, unless it's like Metal Gear Solid, where the story binds in with the gameplay, or Fallout New Vegas, for example, where the things you do have an active effect on the world you're playing in, and then that makes the story have value. For me, if there's not like a high level of gameplay story intermission, then why am I even playing this game? And I just get bored. Oftentimes I just skip the cutscenes. Most games I do that because I just want to play the game. I just want to beat stuff up and shoot things. That's how I play video games. That's what I'm into. I'm a platforming guy.
Yeah, I know. It's I get that. It's all a struggle. My dream is to get to a point where I'm good enough at speaking, like just on my own solo. I can do a Fallout New Vegas Let's Play. That's the Magos end game.
Oh,
Once we get to that point, then we'll have achieved that's my final form. Just a Fallout New Vegas Let's Play. That's kind of all right.
Yeah, my goal is to get a good enough computer to be able to stream Fallout New Vegas and have Discord people on while I do it.
Yeah, I know. The struggle of that is it's the kind of game where a lot of the time you need to pay attention to what the fucking characters are saying. So trying to do podcast stuff, do Discord stuff at the same time,
yeah.
it fucks that, which we were talking about earlier. It's not great. It demands your attention, and that fucking task.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there, but like what's good for me about that is I've played the game around 7 times by now, all the way to completion, So I know what everyone's gonna say. Like, I have it basically memorized what everyone's gonna say. So I don't even need to worry about that because, like, I can basically, almost to an autistic level, just auto-click the choices I'm making and know what they mean because I've played the game so many times by now that I just know where everything is and I know what to do. And it's still fun for me. Like, it's still a great experience even though I've done everything in it multiple times over.
Well, that's fair. If you can slowly get enjoyment out of it from that state, then more power to you, certainly.
Yeah. Sometimes I think I'm just literally autistic because I can just do the same thing over and over and over again and still get enjoyment from it. Like, I used to have this meme of, oh, if I consume it too many times then I'm not going to like it. But that's usually just with music and films. When it comes to video games, I can consume it so many times over and I will not ever stop enjoying it.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I feel like maybe the way, I don't know. How do you play Fallout New Vegas? Are you completionist about it? Do you go through, try to do all the side quests, go all the places, explore all the things, get all the shit, or are you just sort of play the things that interest you, then finish the main quest? How do you go about that?
I mean, like, I have done that before where I tried to get all of the side quests. Obviously, I didn't do all of them because that's an incredible endeavor right there. But I have done something close to it before.
Yeah, I was going to say that I'm sort of just trying to do all the things. I rarely complete sort of Fallout Elder Scrolls tasks. I'll get to like the last quest on the fucking main quest line or whatever, or the point at which it's gonna start locking off quests, and then I'll stop and just wander around doing as many side quests as possible until something else takes my interest. So it's not often I finish a Fallout game. Or anything like that, or at least modern Bethesda's Fallout games. It's a struggle, but
I mean with
so,
what's it called? Fallout 3. There's the Brotherhood of Steel extension pack or whatever, where you can, like, even after you beat the game, you can beat the DLC.
Yeah.
And then still keep playing the game. So I'm like, okay, so just go and just stuff, and it's cool. Even though I've done everything by this point. So, I mean, it's kind of cool there where you can sort of see an effect on the world after the ending. I mean, not that much. It's still basically the same thing, but there is, you know, a semblance of an effect on the world you've made thanks to the Brotherhood of Steel thing. So that's pretty nice.
If only Fallout 3 didn't suck. But,
How dare you? That game came out in 2007. I was 5 years old at the time. I think I was 5 years old in 2007. Yeah, I was. I like that game meant the absolute world to me when I first played it.
Yeah, I can understand that. I liked the game a lot, and then I played Fallout New Vegas, and I realized, wow, a lot of mistakes here. You know, it's sort of, I've talked about this concept before. It's kind of thing where it's so close to the mark that it misses it, that it makes it feel worse. Because I know how much better it could be, because there's Fallout New Vegas. You can see how much better it could be, and it's not Fallout New Vegas. And you can just see, okay, it's whenever playing, you're just thinking, I could be playing Fallout New Vegas, which is better in every way.
I mean, I can relate to that because I definitely love Fallout New Vegas way more. It's my favorite in the series. But it's like I can.
It is the best game.
I can still play Fallout 3 though. I can still play and enjoy it, but I definitely do have that feeling of, oh god, this other game is way better. Especially after I first played New Vegas. That shell shock there was quite bad. Although recently I can say I can enjoy it a little bit more. And by recently I mean 4 years ago when I replayed it.
Yeah. At some point, I need to check, because there was a mod that was released a while ago that was in development, probably, I don't know if it's still in development, called Tale of Two Wastelands, and it just puts Fallout 3 into Fallout New Vegas. So you start off Fallout 3, and in the Fallout 3 world, there is a new building where you can take a train to New Vegas, and you bring over all your items, and it's the same game. and it was kind of the best thing ever. And that was the way the most recent time I tried to play Fallout 3, but on the version I had, like once you got to the I forgot what the quest name is called, the one where you're in a VR simulation thing, and once you got to that point, they hadn't put it properly, it wasn't working, so I stopped my playthrough there. But yeah, essentially that's the dream, where it's just okay, you can get all the items and do all the kind of fun things from Fallout 3, but then once you're done with that, go play the actually good game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
good.
not a cuck
In
PC
theory.
gamer, but I can...
And, level up so you can get all the shit.
But, I can see that. I like the mods in Fallout New Vegas, even though I only ever tried, like, one or two. The only mod I ever really used in that game was that, the mod to make my Logitech controller work with it.
Alright then. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fallout New Vegas has, I'd say probably the best modding scene, full stop. Like, it's got some really great stuff. The Some Guy series of mods are probably the top as far as that goes, and there's a lot of other great ones, but
Yeah, I would love to play more Fallout New Vegas and record it, but the problem is that every time I've tried to record OBS on my mom's computer with Fallout New Vegas, it's just too much data at one time. Like, it could record OBS at one point with a different game that's like Shovel Knight, that's easy to record. And I can play Fallout New Vegas itself without it messing up. But trying to do both at the same time just makes the computer freak out.
yeah. You're probably using too much, CPU or whatever. I have no computers, but yeah.
Laptop, so...
That's a shame.
Laptop too. It's like...
Oh yeah, that would do it, I
It
imagine.
was like $270, and even then that was over.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal.
Because the reason it was so overpriced for what it is, like, it's still a Windows 10 new thing, but based on the specs, I think personally, compared to some other things you could get, it is overpriced. And my dad agreed with that, and he's an actual tech guy, not like someone who pretends to be like me. The reason it was so much more expensive was because she got it on layaway. Like, and she was like, okay, I'll just pay like $30 a month for this computer, and that's how I'll buy it. But because of that, she ended up getting like a worse machine, basically, and that's why I can't record OBS and what's it called? The game at the same time. But that really has her computer and not mine.
Yeah. Hardware was a mistake. Burn it all down. Help, let me out.
Yeah, I mean, when
Bad.
I have a job,
But that's fine.
I'm
That's
gonna
it.
upgrade this computer. I want to get like one of those $5,000 computers and just go all out. Like, okay, I finally have money now. I'm gonna get this amazing machine that I would have never dreamed of before.
Yeah. That's the dream. That's the end goal. That's gonna have to be on the eventual Magos Patreon page. That's gonna have to be our stretch goal. I'll get a decent computer.
You seem to have a better computer than mine, at least. At least yours isn't falling apart.
Okay. Yeah. Mine. Okay. The thing about my computer is this is a good computer. If we were 7 years ago, it was good when I got it, but it's been 7 years, so it's showing its age now. It's your girl's getting a bit worse for wear, but that's okay. It's sufficing for most of what I need these days. And
If only I had like a good computer to go with this rocking chair and or a couch, because like I really want to buy a couch and put it in my room, because I love this rocking chair. Like, I rock in it all the time, but I want to buy like a couch. Man, that's the dream right there. Having a couch, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Real high-tier endgame goals now.
Yep. Let's see. What other stuff does Outlaw want to buy? Welcome to the Outlaw wants to buy things, cats. Yeah. Another.
The outlaw shopping list.
Of course. The what else do I want to buy? Oh yeah, I want to get a new TV because the audio no longer works on the CRT I have, and I love CRTs. So what I want to do is like I want to go like real hard and drive to another state to buy a Sony Trinitron 1080i version, like 16:9 CRT. This exists. It was made in what's it called? 2006, and it's 1080i, which is amazing. It has an HDMI cord in the back. It's pretty impressive, and it's got component cables. And I just own that, so I can be like, okay, this is a tube TV, so I can watch VHS correctly, but it's also a CRT that's HD, so I can do HD stuff correctly as well.
Wow, that's that's smooth groove right there. I'm Google imaging these right now, and I think I either had one of these or knew someone who had one of these once. The one I'm looking at here at least, this seems familiar. I'll put the image I'm looking at into the Skype call, and it'll confuse all the like two people who listen to this. When Avato and Alex Horatio listen to this, they'll be very they won't know what's going on, but
and
it's fine.
Because Weeb listens to these, he actually thought it was good. He said it was some of the best content I've done. For me, I like subjugating things, or else I get really depressed about consuming them because I feel like a job. I like bouncing between tons of different shows, like it's on a weekly TV schedule or something, and then sometimes not. Like if I'm watching Ashita no Joe or Breaking Bad, I'm obviously going to marathon it quite heavily, or BoJack Horseman, because those are things that are sort of... Ashita no Joe obviously wasn't made with that intention, but it works within that intention, just on the coincidence of how it was made. So, yeah, like, if the media serves to that, I will do that, but I feel like the majority of things are not made with the intention of marathoning them. And I feel like marathoning breeds impatience with media, which is something I don't want to lose my patience with media, because if I lose that, I feel like I can get less out of it. I always think of those vlogs where Digi is like, this Iyashi K show is just too slow, man. It's just too slow. I couldn't handle it. And I never want to be that guy.
Yeah, I can see that to some extent, but yeah, I feel like it's for me it's just a thing of I am the most satisfied when I'm using my time efficiently to produce stuff, so it's all sort of feeds out from that as far as my mindset goes.
Yeah, I mean I do have sort of the excess to not like completing things or being like, okay, I didn't get this thing done. Because the other day I was listening to Walking on the Moon by the Police, surprisingly enough, for about an hour, just thinking about not doing stuff, and about not getting things done, and I was feeling sort of like in a sad boy mood, and that was quite weird. Like, it was sort of like a weird numb state while also feeling sad at the same time. It's kind of hard to explain.
Yeah, that's, I get that. It's not great. It's not good. It's a terrible nightmare. Let me out. I'm drowning.
Drowning in footwear. The more I listen to Walking on the Moon by the Police, the more context I give it, and the more I like it even more. Because I didn't like the song too much when I first heard it, but when Christmas Day, you know, the ending where you see the chair or whatever, spoilers, the ending of the film where you're just playing that song.
Yeah. Fucking Avato, watch the rest of my movie before you watch this, fucker.
Yeah. I'll just make that the title, Arato watch the rest of his movie when I cut this up, because I guess I'm gonna watch it back when I edit it, so I'll make that the title then. If I don't, I'm a cuck and a liar. But in any case, yeah, so the ending when that happens, is quite good, and that gave me some context into thinking about more about what the song means. And the more you think about what something means, I think the more you can get out of it. For me personally, it sort of goes back to that thing I was talking about with wanting to understand things that are slow and allowing myself to keep the patience to enjoy things that are slow so I can understand them. And so because of your movie, I understood more about that song, and therefore I enjoyed the song more. And so that context there made the song good. You know, it made it better. And so having this other experience of my own with the song made the song even more better, because I would think about these deeper thoughts and think about what it meant in the context of the lyrics, even though the lyrics are about like a girlfriend. You can read more into it and apply it to your own life. So that made the song even better for me. So yeah, Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Christmas Day is a companion piece to that song, and it makes the song better.
Yeah. Christmas Day truly did have the best soundtrack of whatever year I uploaded it in. 2017. It was this year, right? Yeah, it was. Oh boy.
I agree. That film had a great soundtrack.
Losing track of that. Yeah. Fucking Avato didn't get my goddamn movie. God damn it.
He wants to, though.
One day when Track 8 releases. Yeah, that's respectable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing. Talked to Vivato, like 2 days ago or something. I lost track of time entirely. Yeah, 2 days ago, I think. And had a big, long, all fucking one of them proper talks. That was good. Vivato's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Loathing for Vivato for having not quite got my movie is over. Now it's solely focused on spacing.
That's good. But like, yeah, Arato is probably one of the people I respect the most on the internet. She's really cool.
She's good, yeah.
She's a great friend. And probably like one of the most important friends I have on the internet, in my opinion. Just recontextualize so many things about myself, and has helped me understand things and whatnot. And you know, she's funny and cool, and a good. She is the good.
Yeah, cool people. You know, we've talked a lot about wanting to die and life being horrible, but remember, there are cool things and cool people, and that's cool, I guess. Yeah.
That's the good. It's the weird thing about all this stuff is that I don't know if I have like what you would call be prescribed or not prescribed with depression, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't think I actually have it, or maybe I don't have it anymore because but like it's a thing. I don't know, because I felt in the past I felt very suicidal, and right now like I have felt really bad, not good emotions, but way less of them as of recent, to where like it's not completely non-existent, but it's much less frequent. But I used to just feel them all the time and feel terrible, like I didn't even want to be on the earth. So I don't know if I have like, chemically in my brain, if I have depression or not. I don't know. It's really complicated.
Yeah, well, defining that stuff's just so difficult, because you only have yourself for comparison, and it's all a complicated mess, and you know how much of it is chemical, how much of this is environmental, how much of this is what you're doing, how much of this is, it's all trying to figure that stuff out on your own. It's basically impossible. And probably medical diagnosis is pretty iffy as well, to be fair, but you know.
And a lot of doctors are pretty blue-pilled, in my opinion.
The brain is very complex.
I did have several doctors get very worried about me having depression or whatever. Like, you know those cards they give to teenagers where they're like, all right, take this test specifically geared for teens. I took one of those, and it was like, you definitely have depression. You're on the alert zone. And then they were like, asked me a bunch of questions about that. and it was not good. It was not pleasant. I didn't like it.
Oh. Yeah, I know, it's hard to tell. The medical system, the doctors and stuff, it's all pretty different in Britain. Because in America, it's based off, you buy the medicine, so they just want to say that you have all the diseases and to buy all this medicine. In Britain, it's the opposite. They just want to say, no, don't worry, you're fine. You could be bleeding extensively. Don't worry, you're fine. We don't want to pay for it to help you. It's not worth it. It's sort of the opposite problem.
I hear that the British health system isn't very good. Alex told me it's like, it's good, but like from what I've heard, the British one isn't very good. But I think the Scandinavian health system, in my opinion, is much better. Like Finland's health system is sort of going on bad, like it's sort of messing up, but like Norway and Sweden is having problems too. But like Norway's health system is actually really good, to where like based on all the Norwegian people that I know and what I've read, like they don't have that same problem Britain has, where they're like, okay, we're not going to help you, and they don't have the problem America has, obviously, where we're trying to sell you stuff. Because the difference between Norway and Britain with that is that everyone has the same healthcare. Like in Canada and in Britain, like if you have more money, you can pay for better stuff, from my understanding, if I remember correctly. But in Norway, literally everyone has the same healthcare. Everyone, no matter who you are, it's the exact same service. So there's more of an emphasis on making it right, I think.
Well, no. So the thing with socialist medicine to that sort of degree is it's only as good as the country can support it to be. Britain cannot support, or does not support, its healthcare system enough. So if you're doing the main medicine, because you can get private healthcare, but that's a totally separate system. It's just there are private organisations that do the thing too, but they're very small and they're only for the very rich, essentially.
Yeah.
But for Norway's case, they can support that infrastructure, so they can afford to be generous about it. Britain, within the internal healthcare system, can't afford it.
It's like Taiwan's universal healthcare system, where in Taiwan, they borrow so much money that their healthcare system is falling apart because they have to borrow so much just to keep it afloat. You can't afford to be generous with people and to help everyone when you're borrowing money just to keep it around. So, yeah, with the United Kingdom, it's not as rich of a country as Norway, because Norway's GDP per capita is number 8 in the entire world, and the US is number 10. So they're quite rich, so they can sort of afford to do that, And I do think I did make a valid point with, like, there are very rich people who live in Norway, but because by law they have to have the same healthcare, I think they're more likely to, quote unquote, not necessarily give in, but like to be like, okay, this is a thing I have to work within, because the private stuff just doesn't exist. So they're less likely.
Yeah, there is no private sector.
Exactly. So I think that is a valid point I made there, that they're more likely to quote unquote give in to it, or in a more generous way.
It's healthcare. How big are the healthcare systems? Where did this come from?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite thing about doing content is that it can always sputter off into random things. Like, just on a small thing that you mentioned, you can go off into a totally new conversation, and that can just keep happening over and over and over again. That's my favorite thing about making videos, is just doing that. It's one of the best feelings I feel in the entire world.
Yeah, that's good. That's sort of the ideal. That's the ideal conversation, where it's just bouncing off into other things, where you get to the point where you don't need that list of topics. Yeah. Is the optimum sort of position to be in.
Yeah, like the list of topics is to start out the thing. I only ever mention one thing on the list of topics, maybe two actually, and somehow we got all of this other content, excluding the little bits where it's sort of weird terribleness. Yeah. YouTube is fun.
What a podcast.
Yeah.
YouTube is something.
YouTube is something. Magos 2017.
YouTube is killing me.
Yeah, it would be nice to like get some money for doing like this type of content and have people care about it. I think the more I do these ones with you, I think the better I'll get at it, and maybe I'll bring like, I don't know, real life people into the fold, or you know, and do some with myself. It would be nice to be like a professional vlogger / let's player. That's the dream right there.
Yeah. Well, that's another real dream, where you get to the point where you're just doing easy as fuck content, like, yeah, vlogs and let's plays until people are paying you.
Yeah.
But
it's content I enjoy, and
sadly, that's, yeah, the issue is that that's hard, very few positions where you can get yourself supported in that, and B, not especially artistically fulfilling.
Fulfilling for me.
Yeah, but you're Harvest, you've got taste. You've got some weird, esoteric, broken taste.
Yeah, I just find talking incredibly fun. It's probably the most fun thing, or one of the most. It's like number 2 on the most fun chart of things for me in the entire world is just talking. So to be able to do that constantly in a form that I highly respect, which is, you know, being the guy, like I mentioned earlier, who can just talk all the time and have the playlist constantly getting bigger, and you know, can, you know, always be sputtering off into new ideas and new things. To be that guy, you know, is very, very fulfilling, and it makes me very happy.
Yeah, it's respectable, certainly. But, yeah.
Not
Ew.
everyone.
Oh.
And I mean, it does sound a bit self-aggrandizing, ascribing myself to someone like that, but still, like, I think I do have elements of it in myself that I don't think I'm being too far when I say that I could be that guy.
Yeah, definitely, you know, I can see it. It's just always a matter of practice and time and not dying in between. Oh god.
Yeah, it's good to do that content to feel like you don't want to die.
Yeah.
More content.
I can't wait to die.
Oh man, this is some deep.
Yeah. Videos. Is it that deep lore? Sure, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Claim it's deep lore.
Magos will return.
Want some actual Magos deep lore? Some Magos deep lore is, I'm fucking angry because my sleep schedules have got to the point where I'm sleeping through all the hours of the 4chan Cup. And it's such an interesting Babby Cup, and I'm missing it because I'm sleeping through those times. God damn it.
Yeah, is it on Twitch?
There's so many. The fucking... no, it's on the fucking Smashcast, because they got banned from Twitch.
What? What even is Smashcast?
It's another streaming service. It was formerly Hitbox, and then it merged with another one, and now it's Smashcast.
Okay.
And it's like Twitch, only better. Only no one actually streams on there. It's just the 4chan Cup and a bunch of like fucking shit streamers who play video games that are boring.
Wow. I've never heard of this until now.
Yeah, the fucking 2017 Autumn Babby Cup is the best fucking Babby Cup we've had in ages. There's so many fucking big market teams. I'm gonna go through in order all the fucking big market teams we've got. We've got VG, we've got TG, my team, we've got /V, we've got SP, the sports one, we've got Co, comics and cartoons, we've got Out, a surprisingly big board for that, we've got R9K, we've got A, we've got MLP, we've got K, we've got Paul. It's such a big market babby. There's Mew, there's so many. It's such a good fucking babby cup, and I'm missing it because I'm sleeping through them all, and I'm having to watch the fucking VODs after the fact.
There's no VR.
Yeah, there's VR.
Wow. Oh, wow.
No, the VR, VR aren't, I won't say, are they in this cup? I think they, No, I think VR are too good. I think they're going to be in the Winter Cup coming next. Let me check. Yeah, VR's in the Winter Cup. They're too good for this, Babby. The way it works is you have the Elite Cups, which are Winter and Summer, and you have the Autumn and Spring Babby Cups, which are the teams that aren't good enough. And the way it turned out in the last few ones, all the fucking, like, big boards that are popular have fucking, did horribly. So they're all in this Babby Cup.
Yeah.
But yeah, Winter Cup, there's this pretty small market. But by the looks of it, all the big market teams are doing pretty well. So, yeah, it looks like R9 KNA are going through. TG looks like it's going through. MLP probably going, either MLP or Mew going through. Out and Fit going through. SP going through. Pol going through. Co going through. K maybe not, which is a shame. But, yeah. Otherwise, it's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. 4chan Cup. This is the deepest Magos lore. Post rare boars.
Yeah. Yeah,
We're gonna go find some rare boars and post them in Skype chat.
And also, I'm getting to the point where I might need to restart the call because I think the thing is gonna stop recording soon, but I don't know, I'll just get it down to the wire. But, yeah, like, you could always just get a VHS tape, go on Smash Mouth or whatever this is, and, like, just leave it on the page until the time it starts streaming, and then have the VHS scheduled, because some players can do that, where you can, like, schedule it to start recording at a certain time when a show happens, and then get the thing to record at that point, and then you got the cup right there.
I mean, you know, Smashcast archives the videos automatically. I can watch them. It's not a case of I'm missing them, it's I'm missing them live is the issue.
Oh. Yeah. Just stay awake, that's
sure.
what I do.
Because that's the thing is I mean, I'm nocturnal, I can't. That's the fucking, it's through the afternoon, my current sleep takes me sleeping through that. I can't fucking do it.
Well then stay awake for 3 days straight.
No, I've got to be. I can't, because in like 2 days I've got to be awake for a thing. It's bullshit and shit. Fuck. Oh god.
Real life.
Fucking real life bullshit. This is why the current Magos arc is him trying to attain freedom. But yeah.
Donate to the Magos Patreon.
Coming soon.
Yes. Let's see.
There you go.
Share the photo. What is this?
It's fucking rare balls.
Ah, it's loading and it won't load.
Fucking rare balls. Chat.
Oh man, it's this guy. I know this guy. It's early.
This is boars. I've got so many pictures of boars.
Wow. That's pretty impressive. I
need to count. I'm gonna count my.
The crows, and it's wow.
I've got a lot of pictures of this one guy that nobody knows. I'm gonna post a smug boars. As a smug boars.
Oh boy. Who even is this? What's the lore behind this?
It's boars. It's a little cartoon boars.
Does he have an ED page?
Probably not. No, he's the main host for the 4chan Elite Cups. He's the streamer.
If Boars doesn't have an ED page, then I'm giving him one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what I do. I make Encyclopedia Dramatica pages. This is real. This is Outlaw Harvest. This is deep Outlaw Harvest lore right here. This isn't something you hear every day. Wow. Yeah. I've never actually made an Encyclopedia Dramatica page, but I have thought about doing it before.
I'm gonna post a GIF version of Boars. Let's get one in there. Let's get some moving Boars.
I wish someone would make an Encyclopedia Dramatica of me.
What a mistake.
But the thing I would worry about is that someone would edit the page and add my real information, and then I wouldn't want that.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I've tried to erase as much.
This is great fucking podcasting / Let's Play content. I'm posting pictures of Dr. Boris G.
Yeah.
That no one can see.
Yeah. I mean, I might edit them in later if I get creative enough. Let's see.
Oh, okay. That you got quiet there? That's fine.
I don't know. I think I might actually edit those in.
That would be good. That would be good. Editing the many balls.
Man, I've got like an hour and 35 minutes of content to edit. That's pretty good. That fills my time. Let's see here. But I can't listen to podcasts while I do it.
Oh no, what a terrible fate.
I've got too much pub crawl to listen to. I want to finish all of pub crawl.
I need to go back and listen to the old ones, because I keep up with it pretty regularly, but I haven't consumed all of the fucking Pony Day pub crawl that's available, so...
Oh, a lot of it is gone, but there is some of it that's around, and the stuff that I've listened to from the Pony Days is probably the best pub crawl.
I know, I've checked through what's available.
But that is based on my aesthetic tastes. So like, yeah, it's a good show. But the thing that really made me want to listen to more of it was I was listening to the new episode, and it was 35 minutes long, and I felt so cheated that there wasn't more. So I just listened to old episodes.
Yeah.
And,
oh boy.
I spiraled into just marathoning old pub crawl while I was in the hole of marathoning not old Digivlogs, but all the Digivlogs I haven't seen.
Yeah. Oh boy.
YouTube content was a mistake.
Oh god.
I want to be
Hey,
able to
out.
learn how to do a Magos accent. That's my goal in life.
So if anyone can imitate my horrific nightmare voice.
I love your voice so much. It's probably my favorite voice on the entire internet, other than Digi's. I'm not even kidding.
That's something. I mean, Digi has a good voice. My opinions on my own voice are public knowledge, but yeah. I'm glad that you at least enjoy it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not even...
I don't think many others do.
It's just that, like, your voice is so unique, and it sounds... like, you can make yourself sound very scary, and you know how to emote yourself well, in a way that I think, for effect, especially in Christmas Day, like the, he whispers too much thing, it adds... it adds something.
Yeah, apparently I've... Yeah, in Christmas Day, the movie that I whispered all the way through, apparently. That was surprising. I was surprised by that criticism. It confused me, but, yeah.
But I do think it, like, you know how to add shock value through your voice because it just sounds so mangled and weird. And it's very unique too. And I'm someone who's very into like foreign things. Like anything that's just different from what I'm used to is cool to me. And that's not even in the sense that you're like a weird British. It's just that your voice does not necessarily have a complete nationality. It just is Magos as an entity.
Yeah, I've talked about this a few times. It isn't the British accent. It's the basis of the British accent, but it's it's okay. It's bearable. But hopefully it will get better, or at least I'll get better at making it regularly legible. But
Yeah.
one day.
And it says recording finished.
We'll get there, even if I have to take a pair of pliers and on my own piece.
Alright. Good thing I had Audacity open, so I can cut out that part and add it in later. But, yeah, on the... I had to do a weird thing with the VHS tape and with the recording, because the recording finished. Unless I bought the program, I can't, like, continually use this, because I'm like, okay, I want to record more vlogs because I want to get better at talking, because... Like, even though I'm way more comfortable listening to myself talk now because I just don't care, I still have this feeling of I'm not good enough. I'm not the guy that I mentioned earlier who can just talk all the time and always have ideas and never run out and be in hours and hours of content in your sub box. Because really, that's the type of person on YouTube I look up to most. That's the type of content I enjoy the most. Just the person who can never run out of stories, can never run out of interesting ideas, and can keep going and being interesting forever, and have a giant playlist. Basically Digi is what I'm describing, and, you know, a few other adjacent people. You know, that's what I really aspire to be, and I think I finally come to terms with making all of these videos is helping me get there, because I can see the progress in a material sense, so much so that it's given me the confidence to realize, okay, I'm fine with doing this, and I'm enjoying it too, because the progress is there. It's sort of like with drawing, where when you start out drawing, you're just terrible, and you hate yourself so much, because everything you draw is terrible, but you start to see little bits of progress, then you're like, okay, I'm making progress. You're not completely confident in what you're doing yet, but eventually that progress sets in enough to motivate you a bit more, and then you finally get in the full confident stage of being like, okay, I'm doing this, and I don't care what it looks like because I can see the improvement. Unless you're Tommy Oliver.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I sort of see that to some degree. I feel like with doing videos, like, I feel that for all the other aspects except for the talking part. The fucking, like, okay, I can write scripts pretty good, and I can see myself getting better, and that's appreciable. That changed, it's enjoyable. I enjoy the process. I enjoy the physical process of writing. The editing process. Though sometimes a bit monotonous, I enjoy you do interesting things, you do cool stuff, it looks good, it looks fun. I can say, yeah, appreciable improvement, appreciable getting better at this. With the speaking, it's just, no. This is just bad, this is painful to do. There's progress, but the physical act of practice is agony.
Well, yeah, that's what I mentioned with,
and I can't wait to die.
Being in that sort of middle stage where you're seeing the progress, and it's giving you a minutia, and in some people's cases even smaller than a minutia, but you know, the confidence is growing a little bit, and eventually when you just get through it so much so that you can gain more of it, you do eventually just become a lot more numb to the feeling, and you're like, okay, I'm at a good spot, I'm in good zone now. Of course, if you just hate speaking in general, you're not going to totally feel that. I'm someone who has a deep passion for talking all the time, so it's something that I'm obviously going to be more privy towards trying to do and enjoying. So it really depends on the nuance of your situation.
Yeah. I feel like I'm not suited to speaking. I have spent weeks of my life saying less than a full sentence. It's not something I'm naturally inclined towards doing. But
That's very different for me because all throughout my life, like all throughout, for as long as I can remember, my parents have always just told me to be quiet or my family in general, because I never stop talking. I just talk all the time. So my family really does not like that very much. They used to get really, really annoyed by it when I was younger, like to the point of just hating it because I would talk all the time and just never stop.
yeah, it's that's good. But it's all about fucking the balance of natural inclination and other things and what you need to practice at and what you get and I'm saying nothing. I'm just saying fucking nothing. Oh God, help! Let me out. I'm terrible at this. YouTube was a mistake. Oh God, I can't go back. Help! Ah!
Yeah. I mean, the thing with that is, like, improvement is obviously important, but I think where someone like Pagan Reagan totally fails at the idea of improvement as God or whatever, is that you have to have a sort of natural inclination to things to enjoy it in the first place. Like, if you don't enjoy the thing, why are you doing it in the first place? And second, if you don't have sort of a natural talent for things, you have to assess, okay, is this something that I really want? Is there, like, a semblance of a desire or some kind of outer element that makes me able to do this thing? Or at least have, like a fun interest thing in it, like context. It's a context thing. Like I said, with me talking all the time for as long as I can remember, you can say, okay, these sets of experiences have made me this way, so I am more privy to do this thing called YouTube talking all the time. And then, because that enjoyment and natural inclination is there, I'm more likely to practice and practice with less wanting to die, although the wanting to die is still there. So, if you're doing something like, for example, Pagan Reagan, where he's trying to draw, and he's not someone who I think is naturally, like, has a thing for drawing, or anything around him that would get him to do that, or, for example, just making art in general, but he tries to do it so much, and it upsets him so much, and he's like, for years, he's just constantly been down that rabbit hole of feeling bad about it, and not being able to achieve his dreams, because he's going after the wrong dreams. He can't be the artist guy, because he's not that guy. He needs to practice and feel bad about something that he is inclined to do. And for some people, that's nothing. And for those people, I do feel legitimately bad for them.
Yeah. For me, it's just a case of YouTube is the thing that makes you want to die least. It's just a case of there are parts of it that, oh God, mostly the speaking, mostly the words part, the parts where you take these words from a paper or from your head and make them into the sounds. That's a really bad. Oh God, let me die.
I mean,
if there was some way to skip that component, I would be the best YouTuber.
But case, I think that.
I mean, I wouldn't, but I'd be okay.
The only solution to that is to just go through it all, because you obviously enjoy and are good, very good at all the other things. So it's like, okay, you just have to muscle through this tension here, and eventually, through that struggle, get better at that thing. I've had to do that with writing, because I absolutely hate writing, but because I wanted to be this guy who makes lots of content and who speaks a lot, I struggled through writing until I realized, oh wait, I don't actually have to do this. Luckily for me, my situation was less complicated than that. It wasn't like a literally required thing for YouTube, but for you it is. So I think you're gonna hate it, but you will, get better editing time and whatnot.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Uh,
But I don't know, just put more focus into all of the other stuff that you like and are good at, which I think you do anyway, but, you know, it's always, in my personal opinion, just based on the experience I've had, I think it's best to just focus on the things you're inclined towards, because everything else is a hellish nightmare.
yeah. Life's pretty shit. Fuck life. Oh god. Can't wait to die.
It's why Digi's vlog where he's talking about how you can't be Casey Neistat or whatever, you can't be him or whatever, nor should you be, or you should just be yourself or whatever. I don't remember the name of the vlog, but it was a good point, and that's a point that resonates with me very strongly. And Pagan, like, he mentioned that video at one point. He was like, "Oh yeah, I hate that video so much. It legitimately makes me angry." And I'm just thinking that's the problem here. That's why you're upset, is because you're taking the blue pill and you can't realize that your dreams are a lie.
Yeah. When are we gonna solve Digivo? When are we gonna come up with a solution to this Digivo problem?
In what way?
The Digibro has ruled the banking system for too long and has ruined the German economy. Frankly, we need to put the Digibro into ghettos, at the very least.
Yeah.
And in the long term, I think we need to think about, getting them out of the country, lowering their legal rights, and eventually we're going to need a final solution to the Digibro problem.
Yeah, we need to sanction Digibro. They've got all of that human content oil there. If we sanction them, we'll cut off all of their main resources, and we'll win the war.
Yeah. Let's just kill Digibro. Let's go and kill Digibro. Let's go on an excellent adventure to Rochester and kill a man.
Yeah, but that's my husbando you're speaking about.
Yeah, again. Oh yeah, you're fucking again. Oh boy.
That's a weird situation. That's a story for another Let's Play. That's good content. I'm saving that.
Oh boy. Okay. Of course. Gotta keep that in reserve. Yeah.
Yeah, gotta keep that for the actual good Let's Plays, like the other ones we did. Although there were some good conversations in this one. It was mostly just internet problems that made it bad. I think without the internet problems, it probably would have been good.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an issue. That's not great, but oh well, that's okay. Outlaw Harvest fans don't have standards anyway. They'll watch anything.
Yeah, they're really the best fan base on Earth, in my opinion, because they're mine.
Yeah. I mean, they're listening to this right now, so
I should make shill videos to get people to watch that weird stuff.
Yeah. So trying to mix around your audience like that is kind of a struggle. I don't know. I've had this issue because I've, of course, got the whole, half of my stuff is Warhammer 40k content, the other half is utterly impenetrable madness.
That's one of my favorite things about your channel, because it's almost like everything is just on the main channel, which for me is the most admirable thing in the world.
It's something. It's a real conundrum. But hey, that's okay. That's fine. It's okay that I'm doing YouTube horribly. It won't be a problem. Everything is going to be okay. Don't panic.
Yeah, if only I could be a full-time YouTube boy over making the type of content I want to make whenever I want, and not having that be, a risk. and impossible to happen in the first place.
Yeah. Oh boy. If only we could all have the Mr. Cynical lifestyle, where he just seems to have the ability to just make YouTube videos for 20 hours.
Yeah, that's
I don't understand him.
because he's got that Canadian...
He is a literal conundrum.
Like, it hasn't...
Yeah, he just seems to have...
Yeah.
Is that...
It's weird, because, like...
Yeah. What a god here.
It's, you know, that's sort of the existence I wish I had at one point, because there's sort of a dichotomy with me. It's like, I have two ideas of people that I want to be, because if I, lived, completely on, I don't know, money from the government or something, or if I lived with someone else paying for me, and I didn't have to worry about the moral problems with that. If someone was just like, okay, I will pay for you to live, and it will not be a problem. I mean, I would still worry about that morally. I'd still, feel guilty a lot, because I feel guilty just from taking gifts from people. But, that would be a serious thing. But, without any of that in mind, if I were to do something like that and just be able to do whatever I want, on one part it's a nihilistic nightmare, because I'm all alone and I'm just doing this thing, which eventually gets old if you do it all the time. If you do enough of anything, it eventually gets old, and it basically becomes the last days that Digi was living at his old house, when he finally got tired of the lifestyle he was living, where he was just completely depressed. I've sort of had that experience with the way I used to work my main channel and all of the channels in general. I'd record a Ramblecast, I would make main channel videos, or not, and then feel bad about that, repeat. The lifestyle was kind of cool and satisfying for a while, but then it got old and I realized all the problems with it. I feel like if I did the full-on, okay, I have all this money, I'm completely taken care of, and I can just do whatever I want, I would eventually get tired of it, and I would eventually need to move to something else and find more variety. So that would be a problem. And then the other romanticized lifestyle I have is being a teacher, because I want to help kids out and all that, because I'm a nightmare who needs to interact with people. So teaching's cool, man. History is really the GOAT. The more I learn about history, I've always thought it was the GOAT for as long as I can remember, but lately it's been even more the GOAT. But yeah, teaching is a cool lifestyle that I find respectable and nice. So those are the two things. Two things that are completely diametrically opposed and completely different, and both of which I find issues with, as with, any type of life or whatever. So it's what do I do? Help, let me out.
Yeah, it's a nihilistic suburban void.
Luckily I don't get depressed.
But that's okay.
I used to, because I'm, medicated with medication, so it's okay, pretty good.
Yeah, with autism pills. Ooh.
Yeah, it's that grass, man. It's that California grass.
Oh Lord. Trial of the dank weed, though, Mayor.
Yeah, if only Hunter S. Thompson won that election.
Yeah.
Reference.
Well, what a terrible shame. I get that fucking deep for. That's weird. Weird, deep Hunter S. Thompson history.
I need to read Hunter S. Thompson.
What a hero.
He seems hilarious. I need to read his books. My dad absolutely loves the film of Las Vegas something about the show with Hunter S. Thompson in Las Vegas. The movie that has
Fear and Loathing in Las
Fear and
Vegas.
Loathing in Las Vegas, that's it. My dad and my mom absolutely adore that movie. They think it's like one of the best films ever made. I don't think I've ever watched it. I think I've seen like a couple minutes of it when it came out, or something. Not when it came out, when they bought it on DVD. But like, I saw like a couple minutes of it, but I've never actually watched the film. And I never read the book of it either. I need to read Hunter S. Thompson's books. So many books I need to read. I just need to read books. More books.
Yeah. I realised that today. I started reading a book and I realised I've got to stop reading this book because this is the third book I'm now a chunk of the way into. Oh God, no. Please, help. Let me out. I need to finish some of these goddamn books. I'm the worst kind of multitasker where I'll be doing 10 things at once and nothing gets finished. Oh God. I need to do all the things. I need more time.
I can just dedicate myself to one thing usually unless, my interest goes off into another thing, which doesn't have too much. It really depends. A lot of the time I make the choice for my, whatever to go off into something else because I will just say, okay, I don't want to be working anymore, and then I'll watch, like, a bunch of 80s anime OVAs for like 2 hours, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna go eat for a while and listen to the pub crawl, and then I'll work a little bit more, and then I'll go to bed.
Yeah, I know. My problem's always just, it's media that you can't just consume in one, like, big thing. Most books are too long to just sit down and consume this whole book in one sitting.
Yeah.
Which is, it's a real problem, but,
I don't like reading books in one...
Because that's how I want to do things. I want... So, go ahead.
No, I just said I don't like reading them in one sitting.
Yeah, I sort of, that's my ideal. I want to just be able to just sit down and just do a thing until it's done. Like, I've put this a few times, like, just, like, the most satisfying thing for me is when I can just spend, like, fucking 8 hours in one day just making an entire video start to finish, from script, reading it out, editing the audio, putting it into the video, making and editing the video and uploading it all in one day, just in a massive fucking fugue state of work. That's the optimal. That is the ideal life experience, but it's hard to just get 8 hours when you can just do a thing uninterrupted.
How much of that is the desire to do that, and how much of it is I enjoy doing this? Is the real question, in my opinion.
I don't know, for me it's always just a matter of momentum, it's once you get into the rhythm of it, because there's the thing, for me, making videos is the most satisfying thing. It's just the case of you need to get into the rhythm of it. If you're not in that, then it's always starting the process isn't that easy. It's a case of, okay, it takes a while to get into the feel of this, build your momentum up, and that isn't fun, but once you've got to that state, then this is the only thing that makes life worth living.
Yeah.
It's just getting there and having the time to get there and having the time to stay in that state.
Yeah. I can definitely see that.